I love this community, and I love the people here, and we deserve better.
Calls for change in Towson following the shooting death of a 17-year-old just steps from the mall. The opposing viewpoints from two elected leaders. Plus, an area of Baltimore plagued by violence set to receive some major funding. Fox 45 News presses leaders on how they will ensure the money will not go to waste.
Well, got some changes today. It's quite a bit colder already. What's that going to mean for our temperatures later today? We will talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 22nd. I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen has the day off, and we want to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He has a lot to talk about today. Cold, and then tomorrow, record heat.
Yeah,
come on.
I mean, that's just what we're talking about,
Yeah.
Tom. We had the rain. We had thunderstorms yesterday. Yes. Got some heavy rain at times. Heard those rumbles of thunder that we talked about in the middle part of the day. Overall, definitely colder this morning. Right side of your screen showing some of those numbers in the 30s and 40s as we look out over Towson. It is February, after all. 33-year temp in Cockeysville, 31 in Rosedale. We're at 39 Essex and Middle River. We're hanging on to some 40s for Brooklyn Park, even up into Baltimore City right now. So a colder morning for sure. Then we'll deal with some late morning showers for today. And then, yes, that record warmth for tomorrow. So overall, Mr. Bo says we are going to be good to go. Temps hanging in the upper 30s and lower 40s. That rain coming in on the back half of our commute. After about 9 a.m. is when we'll see the rain move in. We'll track it for you hour by hour throughout our morning and talk about the big changes for tomorrow as well. It's all coming up in a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. We begin this morning with counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police are trying to determine a motive for Monday night's deadly shooting of a teenager in Towson. Police say a 17-year-old was shot and killed right in the heart of Towson near the movie theater and mall. Now, last 3 weeks, the center of Towson has been plagued with violence. Another shooting, a stabbing, 3 rapes, all happening just feet from Towson Circle. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski says more officers have been assigned to patrol the area and other resources are being discussed, including using public dollars to pay for private security.
We're openly exploring all avenues and all options to keep, again, not just Towson, but all of our communities safe. And if you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, we're going to find you. We're going to arrest you.
State Delegate Nino Mangione says that Towson has become a product of a softer approach toward crime.
We've spent far too much time talking about coddling criminals and not how we stop them is unthinkable. And we absolutely have to put all our heads together, all hands on deck to stop this insanity. And it starts with getting tough on these violent criminals.
Now, county leaders say the shooting death Monday night appears to be caused by an argument between two rival groups. Turning now to a city in crisis, 6 Baltimore City Council members vote to approve $9 million for a project aimed at revamping the Edmondson Village Shopping Center. Now, it's the shopping center where 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a quintuple shooting in January. Fox 45 cameras have captured open-air drug deals in the past. Now an investment group is buying that center. The group promises to build a new grocery store and other capital products. Councilman Christopher Burnett represents the area and says the investment is a long time coming.
We've had a lot of violence in the Edmondson Village community, not only this year, but in years past. And, you know, there's been just long-term disinvestment along the corridor. And so I think it's a huge deal.
Now, Burnett also says that he will be working closely with the finance department in order to make sure that the money is being well spent. Sales expected to be approved by April. 4:34 right now, and turning to your session 2023 coverage. Maryland State Democrat senators vote confirm Vincent Schiraldi as the new Secretary of Department of Juvenile Services. Now, Schiraldi, who most recently oversaw the Corrections Department in New York City, has been the target of criticism. At one time, he suggested no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or 25 years of age. Schiraldi standing by his views last week, telling the Senate committee that his philosophy centers around healing rather than punishing. Opponents have called his strategies regarding juvenile justice dangerous for Maryland.
Frankly, the policy influence here in Annapolis seems to all be about how can we not be too hard on the criminal behavior. And while, of course, we want to rehabilitate youth, there is not enough of an emphasis on actual discipline and accountability and consequences for criminal behavior.
Well, Governor Moore has released a statement stating that he remains confident in Schiraldi and says that the new secretary will work to improve public safety and outcomes for youth, not only in Baltimore, but throughout the state. In other session 2023 coverage, State Senator Cheryl Kagan's investment is raising ethical concerns over Senate Bill 378. Now, the bill would have lowered the age for Maryland minors to get vaccine without parental consent from 18 down to 14 years old. However, those under 14 could still receive vaccines on their own with a doctor's approval. Legislation also stated that while a child can consent to a vaccine despite their parents' objection, a child cannot refuse a vaccine their parents want them to receive.
So this isn't really about medical freedom. This is about pushing vaccines and really making it easier to get a vaccine rather than not getting the vaccine.
Now, Fox 45 News has reached out to Senator Kagan's office questioning the reasoning behind the bill. We have not yet heard back. Meanwhile, Senator Kagan's latest financial disclosure statements reveal 2 of the 3 companies that she owns stocks are major vaccine manufacturers. Taxpayer advocate David Williams also says that these investments are a conflict of interest.
It's really difficult to ignore this connection between the companies that she has stock in and the vaccines and what she's doing with this legislation. This wasn't well thought out. When you are withdrawing your legislation, it shows that there is a problem.
Senator Kagan, taking to Twitter, writing, quote, "Despite the fact that 17 states have allowed minor access to vaccines, my bill needed more research before it could be enacted in Maryland." Well, still ahead on the early edition, new leadership making new efforts to get answers for parents. The push happening today surrounding Maryland's embattled 529 savings plan. And a cooler morning ahead. That's right. You may have to scrape off the windshield. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we could warm up into the 70s, may I say 80s? You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 4:39 is your time right now. It is Wednesday morning. Statewide, we're definitely colder. You can see a lot of blue out there. Most of us are in the 30s, a few 40s here in Annapolis, up into Baltimore City, 37 in Bel Air, 36 currently in Westminster. So as you head out the door, grab a jacket. Go ahead and grab the umbrella. There will be rain at least for some period today. Not all day, but just have that with you in case you encounter some of those showers. We're mainly clear right now, so if you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, grab an extra layer. Temperature staying in the lower 40s as we head later into the morning. We're back with that full forecast coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Continuing coverage this morning, lawmakers in Annapolis will be hearing testimony about Maryland's 529 college savings plan. Maryland's new state treasurer pledging to get answers about the state's embattled college trust. Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for more than a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. That error causing the agency to block parents from accessing all of their money in their accounts and ultimately slashing many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Before a joint session of General Assembly, Treasurer Derek Davis said enough is enough.
I'm not promising to be nice about it, and I'm not promising to be polite about it. We've tried that. We've tried that for 18 months, and it hasn't worked. And now it's time to do what needs to be done. Our parents, and more importantly, our children deserve better, and they're going to get better.
Now, many parents will be in Annapolis today. One parent taking his frustrations public with a new radio ad and digital billboards all across the area.
Breakthrough technology that could make a huge difference in brain tumors of all types. I'm Liz Bonus. We're going to show you how it works just ahead.
Plus, a missing juvenile in Baltimore County, how you can help police bring him home. Here is what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, holding big tech responsible for harmful content exposed to Americans daily. An internet law expert joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:41 is the time right now, taking a shot over the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 444 and in your health headlines this Wednesday morning, breakthrough technology giving doctors an enhanced view inside the brain. Medical reporter Liz Bonin shares how it can make a difference with brain tumor removal.
Hey there, everybody. This new technology giving surgeons high-tech help inside the operating room with advanced navigation inside the brain. It could make a difference for those such as Joe Feds.
I would see double vision. I would go like cross-eyed when I looked to my left.
Joe was diagnosed with a benign brain tumor just a few years ago. He had surgery to remove that tumor at Ohio's Mayfield Brain and Spine. But Joe's surgery left a pretty good-sized scar, something this technology, known as the Brain Lab system, could help reduce.
This is kind of like the skin area here, but you can cut through it sequentially to get inside.
It allows for smaller incisions and precise removal results.
Brain Lab is a imaging platform that allows the surgeon to take an MRI scan or a CAT scan of a brain and essentially kind of weld that with the patient's own anatomy.
Here's how it works. Dr. Robert Bohinski's team here at Ohio's Christ Hospital uses a camera like this one inside the operating room. It connects with a reference point on the patient's head.
It's essentially like guided missile technology. It allows one to precisely put something where you want it.
That allows the team to navigate through the brain.
Again, we continue our cutting away of structures until we get just the tumor and the relationships to the skull.
The number of patients that would benefit from this technology is really why we brought it into the hospital.
What's more is that these colored images show pathways, and it tells the surgical team what to remove and what to leave alone.
There are tracks in the brain that when you want to move your hand, your brain has to say, move your hand. And that's kind of like a little highway in the brain, and we need to steer around those things.
Now, this also has some other surgical applications with brain aneurysms and even Parkinson's surgery. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonis. Now back to you.
All right, 447 on this Wednesday morning. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the frost this morning, but then, my goodness, tomorrow. 24 to 48 hours, huge changes.
I mean, incredible differences, Tom. We've been looking at this, and I told you even this morning, some of the models want to put us in the lower 80s tomorrow afternoon.
Record-breaking heat then.
Absolutely, yeah. 1874, 149 years, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't do math, so. Well, I can, but I just don't want to do it right now. It's too early. Looking outside right now, our live cam here in the Inner Harbor. And, yeah, you can see, kind of zoomed in, those red lights that flash right there. Yeah, that's Key Bridge. So, cool shot this morning from our Domino's Sugar sign, all lit up, and everything looking good. Definitely colder. Yeah, Tom mentioned some frost. Officially, we're at 45 in Baltimore City, but other areas are definitely in the 30s this morning, so you'll definitely need the heater on as you head out here early on your Wednesday. Those numbers have dropped. Here's a look at our HD radar. We are tracking our next weather maker. So tracking some showers in the Ohio River Valley back into Indianapolis. Overall, just going to see a few showers that will move through the area, but we're talking about the second half of the morning commute. In fact, most of the commute looks pretty dry. This is our hourly future scan. We stopped the clock at 9 a.m. and notice those showers, Frederick down into Gaithersburg, not even moving into Baltimore until about 10 o'clock this morning. So really from about, I'd say 9:30 through about maybe noon is when we're going to see those showers. And there'll just be a few scattered showers here and there. By noon, most of those showers move out of here. And then as we head later into the afternoon, we'll keep some of the cloud cover around, but we're not tracking any of that rain later into the day. So it's not going to be a rainy day, but it will definitely be a colder day. Rise and shine cast here. Numbers in the lower 40s next few hours, even into the upper 30s close to sunrise, which is at 6:49 this morning. Should be able to show you that sun rising brightly right into your morning, and it stays up until 5:51 tonight. Notice those daylight hours are getting closer to 12 and 12 because the spring equinox is coming up right around the corner. Here's a look at your high temps. 48 is typically where we are. Going to be a lot closer to February averages later this afternoon, with a lot of us in the low to mid and upper 40s. Numbers will actually go up as we head into the evening time tonight ahead of that warm front. 50 in D.C. and down the ocean later this afternoon. Here's the temperature tracker, and yeah, you can see that big old 79 for Thursday, 53 Friday, and then 39 on Saturday. So we're going to have a 40-degree temperature difference from Thursday afternoon to Saturday afternoon. And then those numbers do start to level out next week, but staying above average. All right, quickly want to show you the future scan. There's that warm front that's going to be moving through. Again, a few showers midday today. May see a few stray showers late tonight, but tomorrow it's that heat that's coming right ahead of that cold front. And then behind the cold front, those numbers drop off for the weekend. And here we go. 7-day forecast. So upper 40s today, as I mentioned, close to 80 tomorrow, 53 on Friday, and then only upper 30s. We do have some showers around Saturday, and some of us may see a few flakes flying here and there. Tom?
All right. Thank you, Justin. And as the warmer weather rolls in, so do the spring storms. Check out this picture. Yolanda sent us this amazing image of 2 rainbows following the storms that swept through our area just yesterday that you heard Justin talking about. We want to see how you're enjoying this warmer weather. Use your phone's camera, scan the QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can submit your pictures and videos. You can also use your Fox 45 News mobile app. Just click the Explore tab, then chime in. Let's find out exactly what's going on the roads here in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at some of the cameras around the area. In fact, the entire MDOT map just shows one marker, and that is just south of Maryland House. There's a one vehicle accident there right after you merged southbound on 95. It's not causing any delays in that area. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Wednesday morning, Mark.
Happy Wednesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the block train system. A pretty good start, just dealing with a minor delay on the Penn line. It's Penn train 403 that's running with a 5-minute delay. The other trains, so Mark, look good for travel. Light rail link right on time from end to end. No delays or single tracking or anything there. And you'll find Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A social event put on by a California school district, specifically excluding employees based on the color of their skin. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
Leaders in Baltimore County showing opposite viewpoints of safety in Towson. Concern from some residents who say they deserve better. 4:51 now, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition All Local all morning. 4:54 on this Wednesday morning, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. The debate over race education in American classrooms continues all across the nation. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the latest on this debate coming out of California.
A school district in San Francisco holding a celebration for employees earlier this month as a way to ring in the new semester. White employees barred from attending.
Any sort of affinity group or separating people by race, whether it's students or teachers, that is segregation, it's racism, it's wrong, and it's unconstitutional.
District officials sending out a reminder that white employees are not invited because there remains uneasiness and mistrust, and we need this to be a safe space for our people of color.
Education systems across the country still struggling with how to teach race in the classroom. Many Republican states banning the controversial critical race theory from being taught in classrooms, but teachers admitting they're defying those rules.
You're going to still have some teachers who want to flout these laws because they think that they're the experts. They think they know better than parents what kids should learn in the classroom.
The group Accuracy in Media capturing these sentiments from teachers through a hidden camera investigation.
So you say that the law doesn't change anything?
It really doesn't. We do not follow much of what Abbott is trying to get us to.
In Florida, teachers openly ridiculing the state's decision to have books containing pornography, CRT, and gender identity removed from schools. One teacher had students participate in a series of TikTok videos mocking the rules.
A black boy? No, absolutely not. What you reading? The hate you give? I'm gonna give you something to hate.
In another video, the same teacher had all of the white students act like servants to the black students. Proponents of race-based teaching, like the Chicago Teachers Union, argue they're teaching students the truth about racism in America, a lesson they see as necessary for this generation to right historical wrongs. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Now, one of Minnesota's largest school districts is leaving gender identity communications up to its students. St. Paul Public Schools implementing its gender inclusion policy in response to some of its students facing harassment. A policy instructs teachers to honor students' preferred names and pronouns. This is with or without parental consent. District's goal is for students to feel comfortable and safe. Critics say such policies, though, exclude parents from important conversations.
Parents care for their kids more than teachers do, way more than teachers do, more than school administrators do. And it's really their fundamental right to be included in these decisions regarding their children.
St. Paul Public Schools policy also prohibits separation based on gender in several instances, such as when teachers are lining up their students. St. Clair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but has yet to hear back. Making your headlines this Wednesday morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin delivers his State of the Nation address just days before the one-year anniversary of his so-called special military operation in Ukraine. Putin announcing Moscow is pulling out the New START treaty. That's the last remaining nuclear arms control deal with the U.S. After the speech, he clarified Russia is not withdrawing from the pact just yet and will still respect the weapons caps. They will also exchange information about test launches. U.S. State Department calls it an irresponsible move.
We're going to watch very carefully to see what, if any, practical steps Russia actually takes. We haven't seen any reason to change our nuclear posture, our strategic posture just yet, but this is something we monitor every day.
Now, Putin made it clear in his speech that he is not changing his strategy in the war and cast the battle as fighting against the West, not Ukraine. Putin says Russia is fighting for its existence. This morning, we're learning a maintenance worker died in an explosion at an Ohio metals plant. This happened Monday afternoon in Oakwood Village, a suburb of Cleveland. The blast sparking a fire that sent more than a dozen people to the hospital. Authorities identify the man killed as a 46-year-old Stephen Mullins. The cause of the explosion still under investigation, but fire officials say it's likely happened in the building's foundry where molten metals are held in kettles. The state fire marshal's office said it does not appear to be a result of a criminal act.
A teenager shot just steps away from the Towson Circle. Coming up, what leaders here say they're doing to keep you safe.
Plus, the Department of Juvenile Services has a new secretary. Why some critics say his strategies could be dangerous for Maryland.
Our temperatures are definitely colder this morning, so we're closer to February norms, but We will feel more like May by tomorrow afternoon. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about the frosty forecast moving into summer.
I mean, yeah. Jacket this morning, flip-flops and tank tops tomorrow. I mean, and then it's going to be shovels for the weekend. Snow shovels. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Not going to be that much. That's what Tom always says. But yeah, good morning to all of you. And yes, definitely the colder air is in place. Looking out over our Inner Harbor cam, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Everything looking good right now. And your temperatures on the right side of your screen, a lot of us are in the 30s and 40s. So definitely feeling colder than what we've seen the last couple of days. Now, we do have some showers moving in late this morning, and then that record warmth that will be with us for your Thursday. Checking our numbers here over the next couple of hours on your morning drive, basically upper 30s and lower 40s. Those showers really after about 9, 10 o'clock, and it's really going to hang on through midday today. So we're not talking about an entirely rainy Wednesday, but there will be at least a period of those showers rolling through it. High temps a lot closer to average, mainly mid to upper 40s for the afternoon.
I would say like year and a half, you've just been seeing more and more crime in this area.
It's becoming a very unsafe place to live, and this is not what we expected living in Towson.
We begin this morning in counties under pressure. Residents in Towson are still reeling after someone shot and killed a 17-year-old just steps away from the Towson Circle. Now, 2 elected leaders are taking very different stances on what is happening in the area.
These are violent crimes, consistent violent crime throughout Maryland, but it's coming into Towson, and it's causing complete chaos.
We're going to do all that we can to make sure that Towson remains the safe place that it is. We welcome all people to visit Towson. It is a vibrant, bustling community.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Towson with what is being done to combat the crime. Shannon?
Well, we're told, Tom, that security is tighter here in Towson this morning to prevent this from happening again. And this shooting happened just steps from where I'm standing there along Delaware Avenue at that intersection there. And you can see how close this is to the Towson Circle. And it's part of a wave of violence that county leaders are now trying to stop. In fact, in the past 3 weeks, another shooting, a stabbing, and 3 rapes happened just feet from the Towson Circle here. We asked County Executive Johnny Olszewski if enough is being done to stop the violence.
Until we stop crime, we've never done enough. If you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, we're going to find you, we're going to arrest you.
Well, the county executive says more officers have already been assigned to patrol this area, and other resources are also being discussed, including using public dollars to pay for private security. Meanwhile, Tom and Patrice, it's probably going to take a while for people in this area to recover from all this violence.
Shannon, do police know what the motive was in this latest incident?
So they don't know the motive for sure at this point, Patrice, but they do believe that this was an argument between 2 rival groups that unfortunately did lead to the death of a 17-year-old. Reporting live in Towson, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Brookfield Property, which owns the Towson Town Center and implements a youth chaperone policy there, is considering bringing that same policy to the mall in Columbia. That's after a string of fights and brawls. It has also requested beefed up police presence in Columbia.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you feel safe in Towson? 93% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Elsewhere in Baltimore County, police need your help finding this missing 15-year-old. Take a moment to look at your screen here. This is Isaiah Bryant. He was last seen yesterday in Dundalk area. Isaiah is about 6'2", 160 pounds with dreadlocks and dreaded hair, and was wearing a white polo and khaki pants. Anyone with information is asked to call 911 or the number right there on the bottom of your screen. That's for Baltimore County Police. It's 410-307-2020.
5:04 and turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Maryland state senators vote to confirm Vincent Schiraldi as the new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Schiraldi, who most recently oversaw the Corrections Department in New York City, has been the target of criticism. At one time, he suggested that no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or even 25 years of age. Schiraldi standing by his views last week, telling the Senate committee that his philosophy centers around healing rather than punishing. Opponents have called his strategies regarding juvenile justice dangerous for Maryland.
Frankly, the policy influence here in Annapolis seems to all be about how can we not be too hard on the criminal behavior? And while, of course, we want to rehabilitate youth, there is not enough of an emphasis on actual discipline and accountability and consequences for criminal behavior.
Governor Moore has released a statement saying that he remains confident in Schiraldi and says the new secretary will work to improve public safety and outcomes for youth, not only in Baltimore, but throughout the state.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, 6 Baltimore City Council members vote to approve $9 million for a project aimed at revamping the Edmondson Village shopping center.
It is the shopping center where 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a quintuple shooting in January. Fox 45 cameras have captured open-air drug deals in the past. Now, an investment group is buying that center. The group promises to build a new grocery store and other capital products. Councilman Christopher Burnett represents that area and says the investment is a long time coming.
We've had a lot of violence in the Edmondson Village community, not only this year, but in years past. And, you know, there's been just long-term disinvestment along the corridor. And so I think it's a huge deal.
Burnett also says he'll be working closely with the finance department to ensure the money is being well spent. The sale is expected to be approved by April.
5:06 now on this Wednesday morning from your live center. President Joe Biden continuing his trip in Poland this morning. You see him tweeting about it. He started his day visiting with U.S. Embassy staff in Warsaw. President will then meet with the Budapest 9. That's a group of Eastern Flank NATO allies. He will also meet with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to reaffirm the U.S. support for the alliance. Now, right now, talks of nuclear testing resume in Russia is dramatically raising tensions with the U.S. after Russian President Vladimir Putin suspended participation in the nuclear arms pact with the U.S. during his national address. Several U.S. officials now say the Kremlin carried out an intercontinental ballistic missile test that failed around the same time Biden was in Ukraine. Now, in the months ahead, it is now said that China's President Xi Jinping will head to Moscow for a summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin. According to the Wall Street Journal, though, the plans are in the early stage. And adding that Xi could travel to Russia in April or early May. As of right now, China has refused to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Monday, China said it is willing to work with other countries to achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine. However, overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stating that he is yet to see any official peace plan from China. That's the latest from our live center.
Still ahead on the early edition, the ongoing debate over control over the city's conduit system continues. Why one member of the city council says there is a lack of respect for the council.
Oh, but first, millions of dollars will go towards the removal of an eyesore in Baltimore. Why lawmakers say this is a step in addressing historical injustice.
And our temperatures are colder here, more like a February morning, but we're going to feel some much warmer conditions over the next couple of days. We'll talk about it coming up in your full forecast in just a bit. Happy Wednesday, everybody. 5:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast, and we are seeing colder temperatures right now. Looking out over a really pretty shot here over the Inner Harbor. You can see all of those lights flashing out over the water and out toward the Key Bridge as well. I believe those are some of the navigation lights for the boats to come in and out. 36 your temp in Westminster, 35 Cockeysville, lower 40s in Baltimore City down through Annapolis, and 34 in Columbia. So you're near freezing. So make that warm cup of joe, maybe a warm cup of tea, something warm to get you going as you rise and shine over the next few hours, because temperatures will stay chilly. We are talking about some majorly warmer temperatures for tomorrow. We'll talk about that in just a few.
5:11 and making headlines this morning. Maryland's congressional delegation is announcing $2 million federal dollars to remove West Baltimore's so-called highway to nowhere.
Now, that road was built more than 50 years ago. The project destroying homes, displaced more than 1,000 residents. Lawmakers call the federal grants a first step toward addressing this historical injustice.
A clear example of a power grab. That's what City Council President Nick Mosby is saying about the Conduit contract. Coming up after the break, leaders in Baltimore are at odds over control of the system.
Well, the Ravens' new offensive coordinator is excited to get started. Still ahead this morning, his thoughts on what's going on with Lamar Jackson. 5:12's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Well, continuing coverage this morning, City Council President Nick Mosby is not holding back his frustration over the BGE Conduit contract.
It's a story we've been following closely. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost continues demanding answers from Mayor Brandon Scott.
Mayor Brandon Scott is not backing down from this deal, maintaining he believes the contract has been approved. City Council President Nick Mosby says he thinks the mayor skirted the rules and says this contract could negatively impact generations to come. The Conduit concerns continue. This time, City Council President Nick Mosby not mincing words.
I don't know one elected official, federal, state, or local, that supports this deal and this agreement. And particularly the way it's happened, with the exception of the mayor.
Mosby says Mayor Brandon Scott kept him and Comptroller Bill Henry in the dark about the contract details.
It's not the first time that there's been a breakdown in communication or or lack of respect for the council as it relates to deals like this.
Do you know who drafted the contract in the first place?
I don't know, but that was a question that one of the council members asked at the last hearing. I just don't understand how, if the city wrote it, that serves as the best interest for the city of Baltimore.
Hours after speaking with Mosby, we asked Mayor Scott, who drafted the contract?
Well, we can get you all that information.
The mayor's office telling Fox 45 News in writing, quote, lawyers for the city and BGE wrote the Conduit contract, along with former city solicitor Jim Shea, who was the chairman of the Venable law firm, which helped BGE's parent company, Exelon, merge with Pepco in 2016. As for the timing of the deal, the mayor says he did everything by the book. Can you explain the timeline of when exactly did you begin communication with the city council, specifically the council president, about this Conduit contract with BGE?
So what I'll say is that this council president got a briefing on this at an appropriate time. As you saw and heard us say the other day, they knew that we would have to enter into an agreement.
We also asked the mayor's office what process was followed when approving the contract, including public input and transparency. The mayor's team telling Fox 45 News this BGE contract has received more public input than most agreements, and the council president and comptroller can receive briefings if they choose. When was the contract itself presented to you or other members of the council before it was put on the BOE agenda?
We learned about it through the media.
And Mosby says that was just a few weeks before the BOE vote. With the upcoming city council investigative hearing Thursday, Mosby says he expects more answers from the mayor and his administration, including why the city spent $50,000 on a consultant to study the conduit system in the first place.
I don't think this thing was thought through really well. I think it was clearly rushed. And I think it was in the best interest of not the citizens of Baltimore. And it was a slap in the face associated with what voters went out and voted for last November.
The council president says he wants to know what the consultant found while studying the conduit and what's next for the city's own employees tasked with working on the conduit itself.
This decision is going to affect generations. That's obvious, right? We know that the Department of Transportation, Conduit Division is going to be decimated.
Mosby says he's hopeful the Attorney General will take a look at this and offer an opinion about whether the contract itself was able to be approved during that BOE meeting. The mayor says he believes he did not break any rules, and so far the AG hasn't said anything. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
5:18 now. We need to get a check of a different weather pattern today.
Oh, yeah, much different. And then tomorrow, huge change, right?
I mean, 2 days in the 60s this week. Today, back to the 40s. Tomorrow, 70s, maybe 80.
Where are we supposed to be? 40s?
48, yeah. That's our average for, mid to late February. We only got a week left. We've less than a week of this month left, guys. That's it. I mean, of course, the shortest month there, the 28th, is next Tuesday. So next Wednesday is meteorological spring, because spring is March, April, and May. So meteorologically speaking, spring happens next week. However, it's been feeling more like spring for the last couple of days. Excuse me. Today, a little more colder temperatures will be around. Our Towson camera right now, overall not too bad. A few clouds kind of hanging out. 43 this morning. I saw the Big Dipper when I was out letting the doggy out this morning before I headed to work. So you can still see some of those stars before you make your way out. No wind to speak of. We did see that wind and even some thunderstorms that rolled through yesterday. We have winter weather advisories in Garrett and western Allegheny County. They go through 11 o'clock this morning. We're not seeing any precipitation there yet, but we may see kind of a light freezing rain, possibly a little bit of a glaze. That's because this next weather maker bringing some showers in from the Ohio River Valley, moving over the Alleghenies, and possibly as some winter type weather for western Maryland a little bit later this morning. For us, we're going to see some rain showers, but thankfully none of what millions of people are dealing with across the country today. All of those areas there in the north and out west, snow. We're talking blizzard warnings, winter storm warnings, wind chill advisories, that cold air, while most of the eastern half of the U.S. is staying in that well above average category. Let's track the rain. Hourly future scan. We stay dry through 9 a.m., which means if your commute's done before 9, you're good. But it's about 10 o'clock when some of those showers start to move in, and we'll see those showers between about 10, 11, and even into the noon hour. Most of that rain starts to kind of move away from here. So we're not tracking a lot of rain today. By this afternoon, we'll keep the clouds and the cooler temperatures around, but rain is going to be all done. So as the kids head out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Not a need for a rain jacket or umbrella for this morning, but just make sure to send them with that umbrella, especially around noontime and recess. And even when you pick them up this afternoon, we're not really talking about rain, but temperatures that'll be in the upper 40s for later today. And then we jump to the upper 70s. We're going to have about a 30-degree temperature swing for tomorrow afternoon. And then we're going to have a 40-degree temperature swing by the time we head to Saturday. So Saturday's highs in the upper 30s with the potential of a few flakes flying around here by Saturday afternoon. This is what we have, Patrice. It's just, what we got.
Amazing for that degree of change. All right, looking at the roadways now in our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and as we look at the cameras around the region, people are up and out at this early hour, and they're moving along without issue. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. A pretty good start, just dealing with a minor delay on the Camden line. It's Camden train 841 that's running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link keeping to the schedule from end to end, and Metro subway link checking in on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Ravens fans are looking ahead to a new season with new coaching on the offense. Next, the question now about the role Lamar Jackson will play in those new plans.
Concern from parents continues over their state college savings plans. Coming up, how state leaders are now getting in the fight. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
.25 now. The Ravens officially introduced their new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken. Now, this is head coach John Harbaugh's 7th offensive coordinator. Monken led the nation's best offensive college football team last season at the University of Georgia in yards and points. He's also coming off back-to-back national titles with the Bulldogs. Monken says the opportunity with the Ravens was one he couldn't pass up.
I want to be someplace where structure, organization, great on defense from top to bottom. And everywhere I talked to, and everybody I talked to, said, you want to be a Baltimore Raven.
Now, many are questioning whether or not rebuilding the offense will include quarterback Lamar Jackson. Monken actually spoke on that.
I count on Eric and John. They're best in the business. They're going to take care of anything that has to do with any player, not just Lamar. Sure, any player that's part of a roster where you're going into, you have an interest of what the roster is going to look like. You know, he's got an elite skill set. I mean, it's obvious when you watch him on film. I mean, the things he can do with the football.
He also said that he was underrated as a throwing quarterback. Now, Monken says he had no contact with Jackson or any player on the Ravens roster. When it comes to Jackson's contract status, the tag window is now officially open. Ravens have just 2 weeks to put a franchise tag on Jackson.
But he didn't say whether the Ravens told him they were or were not going to have Jackson. That was the question.
Yes.
All right, so we are waking up with cooler temperatures this morning, but our weather authority team is letting us know that we could see temperatures reach into the 70s tomorrow.
Plus, new leadership making new efforts to get answers for parents. The push happening today surrounding Maryland's embattled 529 savings plan. 5:27 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday. Welcome back. 5. It's 5:30.
I'll take 7.
It's not.
Let's take 7.
I'm in such a fog this morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, we want to get over to a guy that's not in the fog this morning, Justin Chambers. He's excited because of all the changes in the weather.
A lot of stuff going on. Patrice, I got Pop-Tarts for you if you want. Back there.
I don't think that's what I need today.
All right. Well, we'll try to figure something out. And you know what? We do have a Wednesday here for you, everybody. It is Hump Day, the final Hump Day of the month, because next Wednesday is March 1st. So 30s here for Oakland and Cumberland. We're at 34 in Westminster, 38 in Bel Air, lower 40s in Baltimore down through Annapolis. Overall, your morning drive, it's going to be a little chillier than what we've seen the last couple of days. But as you look on this map right here through 9 a.m., we do stay dry. Rain doesn't really start until about 10 o'clock this morning. So that's what we're tracking for today. Temperatures a lot closer to average with a few showers through the middle part of the day, looking for a high of 48. But that number tomorrow is going to jump significantly, talking about the possible record that could be broken. And it's a pretty long record that's held out for February 23rd.
You don't think that these families have a right to know what's going on with their money? How can parents trust this state agency that won't even answer their questions? So you're not taking questions again?
Correct.
And why aren't you taking questions?
Patty over there has a statement.
A statement, or will she answer my questions?
Continuing coverage this morning after months of trying to gain some clarity about Maryland's embattled college savings fund. Maryland's new state treasurer is pledging to get answers for parents.
Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an interest calculation error.
And today, lawmakers will hear concerns over this savings program.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with concern from parents who say this error has been costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, Patrice, parents dealing with this tell us it's like a never-ending nightmare. And so they will once again be back in Annapolis today to share those concerns with lawmakers. In fact, one parent is actually taking his frustrations out with a new radio ad. Let's listen to that.
Are they paying that?
No, they're not.
But they promised.
Yes, they did.
If you are one of the 27,000 Maryland prepaid college trust policyholders, it's time to act.
Yeah, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. And that error caused the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts. And it ultimately slashed many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now Maryland's new state treasurer, Derek Davis, is promising to get answers. In fact, before a joint session of the General Assembly yesterday, he said enough is enough.
I'm not promising to be nice about it, and I'm not promising to be polite about it. We've tried that. We've tried that for 18 months, and it hasn't worked. And now it's time to do what needs to be done. Our parents, and more importantly, our children deserve better, and they're going to get better.
And so many parents have come forward with stories of how their savings have dropped by tens of thousands of dollars. Again, lawmakers will hear their testimonies today. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News has been following the issues with Maryland 529 for months now. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, turning now to your session 2023 coverage, State Senator Cheryl Kagan's investment is raising ethical concerns over Senate Bill 378. Now, the bill would have lowered the age for Maryland minors to get a vaccine without parental consent from 18 down to 14 years old. However, those under 14 could still receive vaccines on their own with a doctor's approval. Legislation went on to state that while a child can consent to a vaccine despite their parents' objection, a child cannot refuse a vaccine that their parents want them to receive.
So this isn't really about medical freedom. This is about pushing vaccines and really making it easier to get a vaccine rather than not getting the vaccine.
Fox 45 News has reached out to Senator Kagan's office questioning the reasoning behind this bill, but we have not heard back.
Meanwhile, Senator Kagan's latest financial disclosure statement reveals that 2 of the 3 companies she owns in stocks are major vaccine manufacturers. Taxpayer advocate David Williams says these investments are a conflict of interest.
It's really difficult to ignore this connection between the companies that she has stock in and the vaccines and what she's doing with this legislation. This wasn't well thought out. When you are withdrawing your legislation, it shows that there is a problem.
Senator Kagan taking to Twitter, writing, quote, despite the fact that 17 states have allowed minor access to vaccines, my bill needed more research before it could be enacted in Maryland. New this morning, Governor Wes Moore has joined 20 states to announce an historic governor-led reproductive alliance. The alliance is a nonpartisan coalition of 20 governors committed to protecting and expanding reproductive freedom in their states. This is the largest coalition ever convened. According to a news release, the alliance will work together to strengthen reproductive freedom in the face of an unprecedented assault on abortion access and other forms of reproductive health care by states that are hostile to abortion rights and judges who are advancing their own ideological agendas. Major funding for the alliance is provided by the California Wellness Foundation with additional support from the Rosenberg Foundation.
Well, in Ohio, two abortion rights groups are filing some bills for a proposed constitutional amendment guaranteeing access to abortion. The measure was delivered to the office of Ohio's Republican Attorney General. It calls for establishing a, quote, fundamental right to reproductive freedom with reasonable limits. Well, the groups want it to be on the ballot in November. The Attorney General's office will have to decide whether the summary is a fair and honest representation of the proposal. Anti-abortion groups, though, have vowed to fight that amendment.
5:36, we are tracking severe weather from the Live Center this morning. Minneapolis could see its greatest three-day snowfall in more than 30 years. FlightWare already showing more than 1,200 cancellations for today. Look, we're at 1,300. That number could continue to increase. Minneapolis, Chicago, Denver, Salt Lake City airports are all feeling the impacts of this storm this morning. Now, new video just into the Live Center showing that snow coming down in Idaho overnight. Look at that. Snow amounts in valley locations could reach up to a foot of snow. Places like Park City, Utah, in the mountains could get 2 to 3 feet, and that is raising the avalanche danger. Now, this is a massive storm system with impacts from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine. There are blizzard warnings for parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota just east of the Twin Cities. Minnesota's governor declared a state of emergency. Now, the National Weather Service is saying this snowstorm will be in the top 5 for many parts of Minnesota. That's all from the Live Center this morning.
I love this community and I love the people here, and we deserve better.
Calls for change in Towson following the shooting death of a 17-year-old just steps away from the mall. The opposing viewpoints from 2 elected leaders.
But first, make sure you check your tickets. You could be a winner. Just add the amount of lottery money Marylanders have won in just the last week.
Plus, we're waking up with colder temperatures, but that's going to change. Our weather authority team is letting us know when we're going to see temperatures in the 70s. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 540 and trending this morning, lottery players across Maryland have won more than $29.9 million in prizes within just this past week.
Just the last week. Not any of us, right? I mean,
no.
Justin is a little chipper today, but 3 Maryland lottery scratch-off players landed 6-digit prizes last week. One winner in Westminster won $250,000. 2 others winning $100,000 in Hyattsville and Laurel. Now, in just 7 days, 29 tickets worth $10,000 or more were redeemed or sold across the state. The Maryland Lottery encouraging players to check their tickets by scanning them at any lottery retailer or with the mobile app.
Still ahead this morning, an area of Baltimore plagued by violence is set to receive major funding. Fox 45 News is pressing leaders on how they will ensure that that money will not go to waste.
A former Columbia teacher who worked to keep her students fed during the pandemic has now started a chain reaction. We introduce you to this week's Champion of Courage. Time now, it's 5:41, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Tell me. 5:44 now. During the month of February, we are celebrating Black History Month by highlighting champions of courage in our neighborhoods.
And this morning, we're introducing you to one former Columbia teacher who's on a mission to keep her students fed during the pandemic. Shan Lilly shows us how she started a chain reaction.
Inside the barn in Oakland Mills, Columbia's youth learning the skills they need to score, both on and off the court. It's part of a new pilot violence prevention program called PUSH.
You're releasing down here, release up here.
Program director Saquon Maxwell giving kids a safe space to hang out, do homework, and just be themselves.
My biggest thing is letting kids know if you put kindness into the world and you be genuine to who you are, it'll take you a long way. You just, like I just said, I tell my kids all the time, kindness is free, spread it everywhere.
But in order to spread that kindness here,
Okay, so you're gonna put 20 here.
Maxwell is receiving a little kindness himself.
I would most definitely say, in a lot of ways, she is the spine to the PUSH program.
He's talking about Erica Chavarria.
After you get back from California, let's definitely head over to Wild Lake.
A former teacher at Maxwell's high school in Columbia turned business partner.
Saquon had posted something on Twitter basically with his program that he had developed called Push. And he basically said, you know, if you just let the youth lead, we have so much to offer.
And her response was, that's perfect. That's what we need to do. Like, this is what I'm trying to set up.
The Push program beginning in 2022, but for Chavarria, it was just the latest step in her already growing nonprofit.
So this is the first post that I posted that started the whole thing. It was March 11, 2020, and it says, if they close HCPSS, I volunteer to run meals to students and families who are in need or help in locations where food will be offered.
3 days later, Columbia Community Care was started. And 3 years later, the nonprofit is now a well-oiled machine, functioning out of their relief headquarters at the old Columbia Flyer building to address poverty and hunger in the community.
Make sure that the order is correct, that their address is right.
Already serving well over 150,000 residents with weekly deliveries of groceries.
We were sort of building the plane as we were flying it, and so I never studied to be, I never studied how to build a nonprofit or even intended to build an organization. I was a teacher. I'm still, like, in my head, in my heart, I'm still a teacher.
And it's that heart that drives the mission, well beyond hunger relief.
If you look at history, and you look at, the civil rights movement or the power movements in the past, young people were at the forefront of those fights.
A fight that Chavarria, too, is championing through her work to give youth and families in need a better shot at life.
And that's a notion of Dr. King's dream, right? That we all can coexist and we all can live amongst each other and create opportunities for each other while helping each other and spreading love to each other. Yeah, that's 110 Dr. King.
And that's why Erica Chavarria is a champion of courage.
Well, it's 5:47, and we need to check in with our meteorologist.
Yeah, in fact, you just saw the kids playing indoor basketball, and that's definitely today. But tomorrow, it's outdoor recess, right?
And you know what I'm going to give up for Lent, guys? Winter.
Yeah,
I'm going to give up winter for Lent.
It's
and just,
Mike on a Lent.
You know what I mean, right? And we already really have, guys. We had a couple of days that have been below average for this season so far and this year as well, going back to December. If you remember that cold snap right around Christmas, we had a couple of other cold snaps here and there. 0.2 of an inch in terms of actual snowfall so far for this season. So it has been very dry. Now, it's a lot colder this morning than where we were yesterday. We ended up in the 60s again yesterday afternoon, waking up to 43-year temp in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time. Notice that dew point at 20 degrees and the air temperature at 43. So when those dew point and air temperatures are wide apart, that means we've got drier air in place. And it is mainly dry outside right now. We're not tracking anything on our radar. We are, however, picking up a winter weather advisory. This is for Western Maryland, Garrett, and Western Allegheny County, and it goes through 11 o'clock this morning, where we could see a little mixed precipitation. We're starting to see that right there. Charleston, West Virginia, just on the other side of the Alleghenies, moving a little bit from the south up to the north at this time. Overall, though, folks across the country are dealing with that huge winter storm. We showed you that a little bit earlier this hour with the blizzard-like conditions, and they're going to see a lot of snow in areas of Minnesota, the Dakotas, all the way back through Colorado and Wyoming. So that's where the winter weather resides. If you like winter, that's where you got to go. Now, our latest hourly future scan showing us that we may pick up a shower by about starting at 9 o'clock, but most of our commute is going to stay dry. Through 10 a.m., those showers will be with us, and even into the 11 o'clock hour. By noon, still some leftover showers, but watch what happens 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. That rain is done, and it's not going to be a lot of rain that we'll be tracking. However, it will be colder. So as you wake up and rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, upper 30s and lower 40s, should be able to show you that sunrise. If you do want to get out there and play golf, maybe not today, only because we'll have some of that wet weather and those colder temperatures, but not much wind like we saw yesterday. High temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly in the low to mid and upper 40s, a lot closer to average for this time of year. And then we're going to add about 30 degrees for your highs tomorrow afternoon. We are going to see that potential record high. The record for the day of February 23rd is 78 degrees, and that was set in 1874. So we should break that number tomorrow, and then we'll be much colder as we head toward the weekend. Hopefully things aren't as wild with our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start for travel out there right now on Light Rail Link. You'll find it operating on time from end to end. Metro Subway Link checking in with no delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line and Penn train 407 operating with 5-minute delays, but the other trains and lines of Mark look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Atrell Nashar in Washington, and coming up, details of a Supreme Court case that could change the internet as we know it.
Elected leaders showing opposite viewpoints of safety in Towson. Concern from residents who say they deserve better. 5:51's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .53, making your headlines this morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin delivers his State of the Nation address just days before the one-year anniversary of his so-called special military operation in Ukraine. Putin announcing Moscow is pulling out of the New START treaty. That's the last remaining nuclear arms control deal with the U.S. After the speech, he clarified Russia is not withdrawing from the pact just yet and will still respect the weapons caps. They will also exchange information about test launches. U.S. State Department calls it an irresponsible move.
We're going to watch very carefully to see what, if any, practical steps Russia actually takes. We haven't seen any reason to change our nuclear posture, our strategic posture just yet, but this is something we monitor every day.
Putin made it clear in his speech he is not changing his strategy in the war and cast the battle as fighting against the West, not Ukraine. Well, Putin says Russia is fighting for its existence.
The First Lady is now on her 5-day Africa trip. It is part of a push to step up the United States' engagement on the continent to counter China's presence. The first stop in Namibia will focus on empowering women and young people. In Kenya, she'll be addressing food insecurity and the disruption of food exports from the war in Ukraine. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will be traveling to Africa later this year.
Developing now, day 23 of Alec Murdaugh's murder trial resumes, and the defense is expected to call one of Murdaugh's former law partners, who was at the scene right after the shooting. Yesterday, his surviving son took the stand for the first time. And Buster Murdaugh addressed his father's addiction to opioids and his movements in the days after the murders of his wife and son.
He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And
then he sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot. I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Alec Murdaugh is once prominent lawyer accused of killing his wife, Margaret, and their son, Paul, days after he was accused of extensive fraud at his namesake law firm. Prosecutors arrested their case last week.
Lawyers for the family of an American student killed in the 2015 Paris terrorist attacks appeared before the Supreme Court. They're suing YouTube parent company Google, arguing the platform aided ISIS by allowing its videos to be posted and promoted by algorithms.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar explains how the court's decision could change the rules of the internet.
In a landmark case before the Supreme Court, Gonzalez versus Google, two laws may be at odds with each other. One of them, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, is designed to allow online platforms to prosper free of liability. The other, the Anti-Terrorism Act, meant to deter and punish acts of terrorism.
Can you run an internet operation if you're responsible for everything that comes over the wire? You've got a fundamental issue here about communications, about the freedom of communications, and whether you're actually aiding foreign terrorists when you allow for the dissemination of the information.
The family of Nahemi Gonzalez, killed in the 2015 Paris attacks, has lost in lower courts. They want accountability from YouTube for ISIS videos on the site. Tech companies say changing Section 230 would mean they either moderate all content or none of it, comparing that outcome to a digital Wild West. During Tuesday's oral argument, some of the justices questioned if this is a decision instead for Congress. Now, if they punt the issue to lawmakers, it may give tech companies only temporary reprieve, because Section 230 reforms have been a rare area of bipartisan agreement. Efforts to prevent misinformation or preserve political speech have been partisan priorities. But in recent months, nearly unanimous agreement, Congress needs to make the internet safer for kids.
Unless there is a provable effort by these companies to police their own product, they would be exposed to liability.
If these companies think they're going to be on the hook for multi-$100 million or more fines and damages from multiple suits all across the country, they'll change their act.
Lawmakers slow to act on these goals, pending a legislative breakthrough or definitive ruling from the Supreme Court, which this court tends to avoid. Big tech goes unchecked. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
A teenager shot just steps away from the Towson Circle. Coming up, what leaders here say they are doing to keep you safe.
Some state lawmakers not happy with the new leader of juvenile services, while some are saying that Vincent Schiraldi's appointment could make crime worse.
Well, if you wanted some winter-like conditions, we've got it for you this morning. Temporary, however, as we take you into a much warmer spring-like day tomorrow. We're going to break it all down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday morning. What do we say here? It's the date. We say the date.
We say the date, yep.
You've got me all, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm Patrice Sanders. That's
I'm
what
Rogers.
I do know.
And this guy, Justin Chambers, comes walking over and he's just going, I mean, you almost sounded like Rain Man for a second there, didn't he?
You did.
I like numbers.
Threw me off.
3.
Threw me off.
2, 2, 2, 2, 3. That's our date today. So
5 2s and a 3.
Yeah, 5 2s and a 3.
Oh, 4.
Yeah, something like
4
that.
2s and a 3.
Let's just get to the win.
You're not Rain Man.
Shall we? Thank you. I know. I'm not
Do you
Dustin
like
Hoffman.
Kmart?
That'd be great. It's a great movie, by the way. When they come down the escalator at Caesars, it's good stuff. All right, our live cam in Towson. Good morning to all of you. Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We are tracking some cloud cover out there. It was clear a little while ago, but now those clouds are starting to roll in. This is what we're going to see today, the clouds and also some rain that we've got to deal with. But these are some of the cooler temperatures, not 2s, but a lot of 3s and 4s. 36 in Cockeysville, 35 Towson, lower 40s in Baltimore down through Brooklyn Park. Dundalk, good morning to you. You're at 44. So here's a look at our weather story. Colder morning, late morning showers, and right through the middle part of the day. And then that record warmth moves in on your Thursday. So Mr. Bo, check it in. Good morning to you, sir. Overall temperatures in the lower 40s as he's winking at you out for your morning drive. We'll talk more about that full forecast and the changing conditions as we head toward the weekend with that really pretty shot right there. Back in just a few.
All right, let's take a look at the Lindstoller traffic network now. And as we look at the cameras throughout the region, no problems out there at all. Good time to get up and out.
This is a nice place and it's a nice community. There are lots of great restaurants here. I'm just afraid that if they don't clean it up, businesses are going to drive away and people are going to want to move away, unfortunately.
We begin this morning in counties under pressure. Residents in Towson still reeling after someone shot and killed a 17-year-old just steps away from the Towson Circle. Now, two elected leaders taking very different stances on what is happening in the area.
These are violent crimes, consistent violent crime throughout Maryland. But it's coming into Towson and it's causing complete chaos.
We're going to do all that we can to make sure that Towson remains the safe place that it is. We welcome all people to visit Towson. It is a vibrant, bustling community.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from Towson with what is being done to combat the crime. Shannon?
Well, we're told security is tighter here this morning, Patrice, to prevent this from happening again. In fact, Monday night's shooting happened just steps away from where I'm standing here. They're over at that intersection along Delaware Avenue, and you can see just how close this is to the Towson Circle, which is also just behind me over here, right there at the end of the street. And so now county leaders are doing what they can to try to stop this wave of violence. In fact, in the past 3 weeks, another shooting, a stabbing, and 3 rapes all happened just feet away from the Towson Circle. So we asked County Executive Johnny Olszewski if enough is being done to stop the violence.
Until we stop crime, we've never done enough. If you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, we're going to find you, we're going to arrest you.
The county executive also says that more officers have been assigned to patrol this area. He also says that other resources are being discussed, including using public dollars to pay for private security. Now, meanwhile, it's probably going to take a while, Tom and Patrice, for people in this area to feel safe.
Shannon, this latest incident, the latest shooting, do we know what was behind that? Do we know a motive?
So we don't have a motive at this point. It's still unclear, Patrice, but we do know from county leaders they believe that this did stem from an argument between two rival groups that unfortunately led to the death of a 17-year-old. Reporting live in Towson, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you feel safe in Towson? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen right there, and 93% of voters have responded no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Post tab.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Police are investigating a shooting on South Pulaski Street. Investigators tell us someone shot a man, gravely wounding him. It happened just after 6 yesterday evening in the Carrollton Ridge neighborhood of Southwest Baltimore. We're told that the emergency responders rushed the man to the hospital, and Baltimore City Police have notified homicide detectives. We are still working to find out more information about the man's condition this morning and who is responsible for the shooting.
604 and 6 Baltimore City Council members vote to approve $9 million for a project aimed at revamping the Edmondson Village shopping center. It's the shopping center where 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a quintuple shooting in January. Fox 45 cameras have captured open-air drug deals there in the past. Now an investment group is buying the center. They promised to build a new grocery store and other capital products. Councilman Christopher Burnett represents that area and says the investment is a long time coming.
We've had a lot of violence in the Edmondson Village community, not only this year, but in years past. And, you know, there's been just long-term disinvestment along the corridor. And so I think it's a huge deal.
Burnett also says he'll be working closely with the finance department to ensure the money is being well spent. Sale expected to be approved by April.
Edmondson Village is the latest Baltimore area getting a facelift. In October, more than $45 million went to renovating Lexington Market. And work is also underway building a new community hub at Mondawmin Mall, hoping to revitalize West Baltimore. It will include community services like healthcare and green spaces. 6:05 and turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Maryland state senators vote to confirm Vincent Schiraldi as the new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services.
Schiraldi, who most recently oversaw the corrections department in New York City, has been the target of criticism. At one time, he suggested no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or 25 years of age. Schiraldi standing by his views last week, telling the Senate committee his philosophy centers around healing rather than punishing. Opponents have called his strategies regarding juvenile justice dangerous for Maryland.
Frankly, the policy influence here in Annapolis seems to all be about how can we not be too hard on the criminal behavior? And while, of course, we want to rehabilitate youth, there is not enough of an emphasis on actual discipline and accountability and consequences for criminal behavior.
Governor Moore has released a statement saying that he remains confident in Schiraldi and says the new secretary will work to improve public safety and outcomes for youth, not only in Baltimore, but throughout the state.
Our citizens are angry. Our legislators are angry. The governor is angry. And the 529 program is under siege.
Today, lawmakers in Annapolis will hear testimony about Maryland's 529 college savings plan, what parents are doing to try and take their money back.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
President Biden continues his trip in Poland this morning. Just ahead, who he plans to meet with to strengthen the U.S. alliance.
Definitely a colder start to your morning after temps in the 60s yesterday. We get back to more February-like numbers for today. We'll break that down for you. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Welcome back. Time right now, just about 6:10 with your Weather Authority forecast. And we are tracking temperatures that are definitely cooler for this morning and even into the afternoon. We've seen some of those clouds kind of hanging around, little morning glow. The sun comes up in about 40 minutes or so from right now. Here's a look at your statewide numbers. A lot of us in the 30s and 40s to get outside. So definitely grab a jacket, making your way out and getting the kids out the door. Jacket and also the umbrella, because we do have some rain we have to track at least for part of your Wednesday. We'll break this down a bit further for you coming up in my full forecast, and we'll do that in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. From your live center this morning, President Joe Biden continuing his trip in Poland this morning. He started his day visiting with U.S. Embassy staff in Warsaw. You see the images here. The president will then meet with Budapest 9. That's a group of Eastern Flank NATO allies. He will also meet with NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to reaffirm U.S. support for this alliance. Now, right now, talks of nuclear testing resuming in Russia, dramatically raising tensions with the U.S. after Russian President Vladimir Putin suspends participation in the nuclear arms pact with the U.S. during his national address. And several U.S. officials now say the Kremlin carried out an intercontinental ballistic missile test that actually failed around the same time Biden was in Ukraine. Now, in the months ahead, it is now said that China's President Xi Jinping will head to Moscow for a summit with Russian President Putin. According to the Wall Street Journal, the plans are in the early stage, adding that Xi could travel to Russia in April or early May. As of right now, China has refused to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Monday, China said it is willing to work with other countries to achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine. However, overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stating that he has yet to see any official peace plan coming from China. That's the latest from our live center. TikTok has more than 1 billion monthly active users, and critics say the app might know a bit too much. Just ahead, how you can avoid the social media app from tracking your personal data. Deadline to file taxes less than 2 months away. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, what you should do before trusting someone with your finances and sensitive personal information. 6:12's the time. Yeah, looking over Towson right there. The sunrise, just a little bit. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Do 6:14, an update in the federal trial against Marilyn Mosby. A federal court has dropped contempt of court charges against A. Scott Bolden. A former attorney for Marilyn Mosby, he was facing the charge for comments he made while representing the former city-state's attorney. Bolden was admonished in court, but a judge dismissed the charge. Last month, all 6 attorneys for the former city-state's attorney stepped down. Marilyn Mosby, now represented by a public defender, and is expected to stand trial on 4 federal charges sometime this summer.
Developing now, families and business owners in East Palestine, Ohio, sat down with the governor and environmental leaders to directly share their concerns.
My 8-year-old has been coughing since we've been home. My concern is I don't feel like I have a good understanding of the acute effects of what happened health-wise for my children.
Now, the United States EPA administrator joined the governor and the Ohio congressman for the district. Community members spoke about worries over lingering smells and how it impacts business and what the long-term cleanup will look like. They called for transparency in a centralized place to get answers without resorting to social media.
Engagements like this, we need to have these. I think I'm going to encourage us to do more of these town halls and listening sessions. I think we have to do it in a way where we can be in somewhat of a controlled environment, at least initially, so that we can have people actually hear one another.
Well, the Department of Health and Human Services opened up a clinic at a church to help families in the evacuation zone and nearby. They can get their symptoms checked out and speak with medical professionals about their questions. The clinic will be open all week. Twin Cities being hit by 2 rounds of snow.
They are expecting between 4 and 8 inches of snow. Round 2 will start this afternoon and into tomorrow. And that could bring an additional 18 inches of snow along with gusting winds.
Winter storms causing turbulence for travelers managing flight schedules all across the U.S. More than 1,400 flights already been canceled for today. Travel plans not expected to go any easier for those flying later this week. Flight delays, cancellations are expected to increase through tomorrow.
And here's a look at delays and cancellations from BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport. So far, there are 9 cancellations and 9 delays.
Now, we are not seeing much of this wicked weather as of yet, but just a couple of showers. And yesterday there was heavy showers that came through.
Yes, I drove through that. We actually are going to start warming up, though, and reach some record high temperatures tomorrow, which is amazing for February. I'm in disbelief.
I mean, you think about it. February 23rd, records started in the 1870s. And in 1874, when we were just a wee little city, we had a temperature that spiked at 78 degrees. That's when they were out there with a piece of paper going, all right, 78. Yep, you got it, Bob. Got it. Stuff it in the thing. And then now we're going to talk about that number being broken more than likely tomorrow.
They don't use the paper and talk to Bob anymore?
Bob's retired.
Bob's retired? It's
Yeah,
all AI now?
It's all AI. Exactly. Exactly right. Good morning to all of you. Hey, if you have a moment, we know you listen to us in the morning. We really appreciate that. Just take a quick gander at the screen right there. Look at that gorgeous shot from our downtown Baltimore camera on top of the Transamerica building. We got some cloud cover out there, but that sun is starting to peak up out over the eastern shore. May see a little cameo here as we go word up for your Wednesday, but we'll talk about those numbers in the lower 40s right now. That's your temperature at BWI. So yeah, we don't see any major delays or cancellations because of any weather here. It's what's happening out west. We'll talk about that. In fact, even in western Maryland, we are seeing just a few light showers starting to creep in to areas of West Virginia and just into parts of that western tip of Maryland where we have that potential wintry mix. And that is why in Garrett and western Allegheny counties, we do have winter weather advisories posted until 11 o'clock this morning. That's where we could see a little bit of a light glaze possible. So if you are traveling to western Maryland this morning, just know you could pick up a little bit of that winter weather. More of that is rain through Charleston, West Virginia, back through Columbus, Ohio. Got this ridge of high pressure that's centered over the top of us, but we've got this warm front just to the west and to the south of us. So we're going to tap into all of that warm air over the next 24 hours. And yeah, our friends to the west, we just talked about those storms and the blizzard conditions in parts of Minnesota, back into Denver, into Montana and Wyoming, West Coast and the northern tier states just getting pounded with a ton of that snow. As for us, we are going to see the showers here, but not until about 9 o'clock this morning. Our hourly future scan updating every hour, and we'll take you through the hour-by-hour forecast. 10 o'clock, a couple of those showers left over, even into the 11 o'clock hour. By about noon, notice that rain starts to move out of here. So it's really going to just be about maybe a 3-hour period where we'll have that chance for showers, because later this afternoon, even though those clouds hang around, we are going to dry out. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, it won't be raining when you drop them off this morning. Should not be raining when you pick them up this afternoon. It's midday today. That's when we're going to have those showers and temperatures today that will be quite a bit cooler than what we've seen recently. So we're looking at upper 40s today. We're only going to drop to the 40s here later this evening, but we're actually going to warm up and we'll really heat up. Tomorrow we're looking for a high of 79. So Bob's going to have to recalculate there because the record of 78 expected to be broken. And then it quickly drops off. We're only in the lower 50s on Friday and only upper 30s on Saturday with, yes, a few showers, and some of those showers could be white in nature. You know what that means, Patrice, a few flakes flying.
I tuned you out after you stopped talking about the record high temperatures on Thursday.
That's good. That's probably a good idea.
All right. Well, looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the roadways out there, 620. I keep wanting to jump ahead to 7. It is 620. And the roads are clear. People up and out, but they're moving pretty good clip there. So no issues to report. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, Penn Train 511 and Camden 845. Those trains running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of BART are on time for travel. Light rail link showing no delays, no difficulties or problems on time service there from end to end. And Metro subway link looking good in both directions of that line. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A Maryland lawmaker is in the hot seat for pushing a controversial vaccine bill. Why it's raising ethical concerns.
Progress now being made on the highway to nowhere. The correction now to remove it altogether. 621, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:24, the Baltimore Ravens formally introduced Todd Monken as their new offensive coordinator.
Morgan Atzett with Sports Unlimited has more on the Ravens' big announcement.
John Harbaugh introduced his 7th offensive coordinator, but didn't stick around for questioning. Monken led the nation's best offense in college football last season at Georgia in yards and points and is coming off back-to-back national titles with the Bulldogs. Not an easy gig to leave, one he would only leave to return to the NFL to go against the best. He was once OC in Cleveland and Tampa Bay, and Monken said it was an opportunity with the Ravens franchise he could not resist.
I want to be someplace where structure, organization, great on defense from top to bottom. And everywhere I talked to, and everybody I talked to, said you want to be a Baltimore Raven.
Question is, will building this new Ravens offense that needs more balance, improvement in the passing game and scoring in the red zone, will it include Lamar Jackson at quarterback in 2023?
I count on Eric and John. They're best in the business. They're going to take care of anything that has to do with any player, not just Lamar. Sure, any player that's part of a roster where you're going into, you have an interest of what the roster is going to look like. You know, he's got an elite skill set. I mean, it's obvious when you watch him on film. I mean, the things he can do with the football.
Monken said he's had no contact with Lamar Jackson or any player right now on the Ravens roster. He said if Jackson does not report until midsummer, he will be behind, but said, quote, "It's just football. We will cater to what he knows."
Again, that was Morgan Atzett reporting. And when it comes to Jackson's contract status, the franchise tag window officially open, and the clock is ticking as the Ravens now have just 2 weeks to tag Jackson.
Chilly temperatures, at least for today. Our Weather Authority team is letting us know about a major warm-up that's coming our way.
Concern from parents continues over their state college savings plans. Coming up, how state leaders are getting in the fight for answers.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the frosty forecast today.
Right. Temperatures more February-like here today after we've been enjoying those 60s for the last couple of days, and then we've got some 70s on the way for us for tomorrow. But our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, that sun trying to come up here in the next, I'd say, 20 minutes or so. Those clouds, however, have rolled in, so we are seeing our weather story look like this. A colder morning. We are tracking some late morning showers. After about 9 a.m., that rain is going to roll in, and then, yes, the record warmth moving in for tomorrow. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Next couple of hours, you should remain dry for most of your commute and getting the kids out to the bus stop, excuse me, with temperatures in the lower 40s. We'll top out at 48 today and then 79 tomorrow and then back to the lower 50s on Friday. So these numbers all over the place. We'll have a closer look at what we can expect for the upcoming weekend. The final weekend of February, by the way, that's coming up in a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Land Solar Traffic Network here. And looking at some of the area cameras that we have around the Baltimore region, the only slowdown that we're seeing right now is BW Parkway right at 32. There's a slowdown southbound. Everybody else is moving along just fine.
You don't think that these families have a right to know what's going on with their money? How can parents trust this state agency that won't even answer their questions? So you're not taking questions again?
Correct.
And why aren't you taking questions?
Patty over there has a statement.
A statement, or will she answer my questions?
Well, continuing coverage this morning. After months of trying to gain some kind of clarity into Maryland's embattled college savings funds, Maryland's new state treasurer is pledging to get answers for parents.
Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an interest calculation error.
Today, lawmakers will hear concerns over that savings program.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the concerns from parents who say that this error has been costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, parents say this is like a never-ending nightmare, Patrice. In fact, they are going to be taking their concerns once again to lawmakers in Annapolis today. And one parent is taking his frustrations out with a new radio ad. Let's listen to that.
Are they paying that?
No, they're not.
But they promised.
Yes, they did.
If you are one of the 27,000 Maryland prepaid college trust policyholders, it's time to act.
So you can hear that call to action there. Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. That error causing the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts, and it ultimately slashed many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now Maryland's new state treasurer, Derek Davis, is promising to get answers. In fact, before a joint session of the General Assembly yesterday, he said enough is enough.
I'm not promising to be nice about it, and I'm not promising to be polite about it. We've tried that. We've tried that for 18 months, and it hasn't worked. And now it's time to do what needs to be done. Our parents, and more importantly, our children deserve better, and they're going to get better.
And so many parents have come forward with stories about how their savings have dropped by tens of thousands of dollars. Again, their testimonies are going to be heard today by lawmakers in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now taking you live right now for some breaking news to Washington Boulevard and Audubon Street. You can see fire crews are just packing up after battling a 3-alarm fire. Baltimore City Fire Department telling us they don't know the cause. It did affect, though, 2 buildings, and there's some commercial buildings right there. We'll bring you more information both on air and online as soon as we learn more. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage, State Senator Cheryl Kagan's investment is raising some ethical concerns over Senate Bill 378. Now, the bill would have lowered the age for Maryland minors to get a vaccine without parental consent from 18 down to 14 years old. However, those under 14 could still receive vaccines on their own with a doctor's approval. Legislation went on to state that while a child can consent to a vaccine despite their parents' objection, a child cannot refuse a vaccine that their parents want them to receive.
So this isn't really about medical freedom. This is about
pushing vaccines and really making it easier to get a vaccine rather than not getting the vaccine.
Fox 45 News reached out to Senator Kagan's office questioning the reasoning behind this bill. We have not heard back.
Meanwhile, Senator Kagan's latest financial disclosure statement reveals that 2 of the 3 companies she owns stocks in are major vaccine manufacturers. Taxpayer advocate David Williams says these investments are a conflict of interest.
It's really difficult to ignore this connection between the companies that she has stock in and the vaccines and what she's doing with this legislation. This wasn't well thought out. When you are withdrawing your legislation, it shows that there is a problem.
Senator Kagan taking to Twitter writing, quote, despite the fact that 17 states have allowed minors access to vaccines, my bill needed more research before it could be enacted in Maryland. New this morning, Governor Wes Moore has joined 20 states to announce an historic governor-led reproductive alliance. The alliance is a nonpartisan coalition of 20 governors committed to protecting and expanding reproductive freedom in their states. This is the largest coalition ever convened. According to a news release, the alliance will work together to strengthen reproductive freedom in the face of an unprecedented assault on abortion access and other forms of reproductive health care by states that are hostile to abortion rights and judges who are advancing their ideological agenda. Major funding for the alliance is provided by the California Wellness Foundation with additional support from the Rosenberg Foundation.
Now, in Ohio, 2 abortion rights groups are filing some different language for a proposed constitutional amendment guaranteeing access to abortion. The measure was delivered to the office of Ohio's Republican Attorney General. It calls for establishing a, quote, fundamental right to reproductive freedom with reasonable limits. The groups want it on the ballot in November. The Attorney General's office will have to decide whether the summary is a fair and honest representation of this proposal. Anti-abortion groups, though, have vowed to fight the amendment. Making your headlines, a former Baltimore teacher accused of sexual abuse and rape will be released from jail as he awaits his trial. He's actually on home confinement right now in court. A Baltimore County Circuit judge ruling in favor of Chris Mbenden. Mbenden was fired earlier this year from Gilman School and arrested 3 weeks ago. He's accused of sexually abusing multiple teens. Mbenden maintains his innocence. A preliminary hearing is set for next Friday.
A 17-year-old's life taken by violence in a shooting just steps away from the Towson Circle. How residents are reacting to the string of crime happening in their community.
We're expecting record high temperatures tomorrow, believe it or not. Just ahead, how long that will last, though. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Showers of graupel as a line of rain and thunderstorms move through downtown Syracuse Tuesday. Graupel is a type of tiny hail with a diameter of less than 5 millimeters. Meanwhile, Syracuse and central New York will be under a winter weather advisory from Wednesday afternoon till Thursday afternoon. And every day brings a new promise, like this sunrise from Surfside, South Carolina.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? Hopefully you're enjoying your Wednesday so far. 20 in front of 7 on the dot there, a live cam. Beautiful picture on the big live window right there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. That sun coming up and just a few of those clouds making for a very nice sunrise here. 30s and 40s is what we're tracking with our temperatures. So yes, it is definitely chillier, a bit brisk, if you will, as you make your way out. Grab that extra layer if you're out for a run or a jog and get it in before 9 because that's when the rain starts to roll in. We'll track that rain hour by hour for you coming up at
6:41 and trending this morning. Lottery players across Maryland have won more than $29.9 million in prizes within the last week.
Most of them have not been because of those white balls, but the scratch-offs. 3 Maryland Lottery scratch-off players landing 6-digit prizes last week. One winner coming out of Westminster winning $250,000, and then 2 others $100,000 apiece in Hyattsville and Laurel. In just 7 days, 29 tickets worth $10,000 or more were redeemed or sold all across the state. Maryland Lottery is encouraging players to check their tickets by either scanning them at a lottery retailer, or you could just open up the mobile app and scan them.
I never buy scratch-offs. Never. I only buy lottery tickets when it's like a bazillion, gazillion
I just
dollars.
give my money away to somebody. I don't know who.
All right. Well, a 9-year-old girl is bringing smiles to people battling cancer. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, learn why she started K's Caps and what you can do to help. Those are cute.
Oh, yeah. Former Columbia teacher who worked to keep her students fed during the pandemic. Well, just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we introduce you to this week's champions of courage and how they create a chain reaction. Time now, 6:42. Yeah, look at that shot. In fact, Patrice is taking a picture of it right now. We just got a glimpse of you. Yes, what a great way to start on this Wednesday morning. Look at that. That looks fake, doesn't it? You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .45 and in your morning rush, taking you live back out to the scene earlier where firefighters just left. This is at Washington Boulevard, right at Otterbond Street, right on that corner there. You can see 2 businesses were impacted by this 3-alarm fire. Baltimore City Fire Department not sure what was the cause, though. It did affect those 2 commercial buildings, and I'm not sure if anybody was living above those buildings either. We'll bring you more information as soon as we learn anything, both online and on air.
In your morning rush now, residents in Towson are reeling after a 17-year-old is shot and killed just steps away from the Towson Circle.
Jen Lilly joining us live from Towson this morning. Is there anything, though, Shannon, being done, though, to keep people safe now in that area?
Yeah, we're told this morning, Tom, security is tighter in this area to keep and prevent this from happening again. In fact, that shooting that killed a 17-year-old Monday night, well, it happened just steps from where I'm standing, one street up from the Towson Circle. And unfortunately, that is not the first shooting that's happened in this area in just a matter of a few weeks. And so it has people in this area on edge, all of that violence. And so we are taking your concerns to county leaders. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, you'll hear from those leaders and their message to criminals. Now back to you.
Maryland's congressional delegation is announcing $2 million federal dollars to remove West Baltimore's so-called highway to nowhere. The road was built more than 50 years ago. That project destroyed homes and displaced more than 1,000 residents.
Senator Chris Van Hollen calling the federal grants, quote, first step toward addressing this historical injustice by laying the groundwork to reconnect the community, revitalize neighborhoods, and boost economic opportunity. First responders in Montgomery County came to the rescue after a dog falls into a construction hole and then gets stuck. Look at this. Some of these images. Officials say Sammy was just walking in the backyard when he fell into that construction hole. Crews arriving at the scene pulled the 13-year-old dog out of the hole after about an hour of work. Good job.
Aw. All right, well, it's 6:47. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Here's what is going to pump you up, Patrice.
Okay.
Today's National Margarita Day.
Oh,
it's good.
Okay.
Yeah. So how do you guys like them?
Well, you don't like them in Lent, so.
Yeah, I know. That's the issue.
Maybe.
It's a day late.
Maybe. Yeah, that's true. People probably liked them in Mardi Gras. I don't know. I'm not a big margarita fan myself.
No?
Yeah.
On the rocks,
I like
man.
them.
Definitely
On the rocks?
Yeah,
On the rocks,
they're good.
Okay.
Not that much salt on the rim.
Not too much. Some people like sugar.
Yeah, that's the Italian margarita. Sugar on the rim.
All right. Maybe I should go to Italy. All right. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Mile One Auto Group Cam. Look at that gorgeous sunrise. This is probably what we'll see of the sun today. And maybe in the next, I'd say, 20 minutes or so as the sun is coming up, because we are going to keep the clouds around. We also are tracking some rain showers as we get through the middle of the day and into the early part of your afternoon. But overall, really pretty shot. We love sharing those with you. Here's a look at our HD radar. We're already starting to see a few of those light showers build in to parts of western Maryland. And even that pink right there is that little bit of that wintry mix. So that's for Garrett and western Allegheny County. And that is why the winter weather advisory is in effect until 11 o'clock this morning for some possible light glaze there for folks in that part of the state. However, we are tracking more rain just to the west of that into the Ohio River Valley, and that's going to continue to track toward us kind of north of this warm front. That red line right there with those semicircles, that's the warm front that is to our south. So out ahead of that is when we're going to see some of those showers develop for the afternoon. And I'll tell you, a lot of folks are dealing with a lot worse weather than we are here, with almost 700 cancellations nationwide, most of them at MSP and Denver for the winter weather and the blizzard-like conditions across the northern tier states and back out west. For us, we're going to be tracking those warmer numbers, but here's the shower activity. This is our hourly future scan. 9 a.m., couple of light showers moving into Carroll, Baltimore, and even into Howard counties. And then right around 10, 11 o'clock, that's when most of us will see kind of just a steady light rain. It will be a little bit on the colder side, obviously. Even that yellow right there indicating we may see some pockets of some moderate rain through about noontime. But afternoon, we are seeing that rain move out of here. So we'll keep the clouds around into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for today, and overall drying out later as well. Our next 12 hours, Daryl the Dragonfly is going, what's going on, dude? It's up in those 60s. I thought we had those the last couple of days. Nope. Mid to upper 40s is all we are going to see today, which is your February average for this time of year. So that'll be up until 5:51 this evening. We're getting longer daylight hours as we get closer to that spring equinox. And our average highs in the upper 40s, it's about where we're going to end up across the areas in the eastern shore and right here along the Chesapeake. This is what we're talking about. I mean, this looks like a really fun ride maybe at Hershey Park. Our temperature tracker going all the way up to the upper 70s tomorrow and then dropping off down below average. So that is a 40-degree temperature swing from Thursday afternoon to Saturday afternoon. And we may even have a few flakes flying around for parts of the area on Saturday. Woo! But finally, by Sunday and Monday next week, we do see those things kind of regulate a little bit more and back into those mid to upper 50s in the above average category. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynch Solar Traffic Network. In an incident 95 southbound in Jessup. See it highlighted there on the map to the right. Camera's not really showing any issues at all. It's right after exit 38. Live camera showing a buildup of cars in the region, kind of. 650, it's about that speed anyway. Make sure you just give yourself a couple extra minutes if you have to go that way for your commute. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott announcing more than $11 million in public funding for the Enoch Pratt Free Library. It's because impacting the mayor at a personal level, going back to his time, he says, in Park Heights.
And I remember how much more difficult it got for me from having to go from Park Heights to Woodland to go up on Reisterstown Road to use our fabulous Reisterstown Road branch. So now that we will bring a library branch back to Southern Park Heights into a community that is seeing itself reborn and growing out of the ground, it is going to be a great day for Park Heights.
The $11 million will go toward renovations at those facilities, improving community access to critical technology and Wi-Fi, and expanding tech education programs.
Baltimore's college basketball main event is back. Round one of the CIAA tournament is in the books, and today is another packed day with 2 men's and 2 women's games at the newly renovated CFG Bank Arena. A full schedule of games and how you can buy tickets is available at theciaa.com. Experience engaging arts and culture in person and online. Just ahead, how you can explore the artwork in the Gordon Center.
Baltimore Ravens, Maryland SPCA, they're coming together. Find pets a loving home. Just ahead, how you can help in this cause while enjoying different foods and drinks. I thought they were going to say something about the Puppy Bowl. You know?
My daughter loved the Puppy Bowl.
Watch.
I mean, it's 3 hours. We watched 3 hours. And I could have definitely, in the middle of that, used a coffee break.
Definitely. It's time for some caffeine right now.
6:55 and making headlines this morning. One person is dead and at least 13 others are injured following an explosion at an Ohio metals plant.
Officials are saying maintenance worker was killed Monday afternoon as a blast sparked a fire in a suburb of Cleveland.
The man killed was identified as 46-year-old Stephen Mullins. The cause of the explosion still under investigation, but fire officials say it likely happened in the building's foundry where molten metals are held in kettles. The state fire marshal's office said it does not appear to be the result of a criminal act.
Now, elsewhere in Ohio, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw says a controlled burn-off of toxic chemicals was necessary after a train derailment on the border of East Palestine, Ohio, and Pennsylvania.
He explained his reasoning on CNBC yesterday. The governor of Pennsylvania is convinced, though, that Norfolk is hiding data.
We knew at that time that the pressure relief valves on the cars had failed. The temperatures were rising, caused our independent expert to become very concerned about the potential for an uncontrolled explosion that would shoot harmful gas and shrapnel into a populated community.
The combination of Norfolk Southern's corporate greed, incompetence, and lack of care for our residents is absolutely unacceptable to me.
Well, according to officials, tests show no signs of carcinogens, including vinyl chloride, in the environment. Still, there's concerns the full impact will not be fully felt for years.
Now to this morning's assignment, America. Seattle is making history as the first city to add caste to its anti-discrimination laws.
The city council voting 6-1 Tuesday to make that change. Denise Whitaker with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle explains.
We see the people who want to throw us back.
This will be a systemic legal way to stop this from growing in Seattle.
Caste in South Asian, Indian, and Hindu societies is a form of societal status, often characterized by heredity, occupation, but not talent or merit.
How are we to know what caste you belong to?
Yeah. So good question. So caste doesn't have visible markers, very much like, sometimes gender or sexuality.
My last job was general manager at the Sheraton Hotel in Bellevue. Nobody had asked me any question about my caste.
Both sides admit caste cannot be seen, but those who want it listed as a protected category from discrimination tell me it is happening in the workplace here to immigrants who come to America from caste societies.
Has there been instances reported to the Civil Rights Office here in the city of Seattle?
Well, that's a chicken and egg question, because how could they report it, because caste is not recognized as an actual protected category.
The Civil Rights Department has no training here to deal with it. And I know this because I have witnessed many cases.
I asked for the mayor's position on this legislation today. A spokesperson tells me that they're still reviewing it. If the mayor does indeed sign it, opponents tell me they're already looking at ways to challenge it in the courts. Reporting in Seattle, Denise Whitaker, back to you.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
A teenager shot just steps away from the Towson Circle. Coming up, what leaders say they are doing to keep you safe.
A green light for Governor Wes Moore's Juvenile Services Secretary, but not without controversy. Why some in Annapolis think Vincent Schiraldi's appointment could do more harm than good.
And a red light for our warmer than average temperatures. We take a break back into February, then we jump right to May tomorrow. We'll break it all down right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Somebody's had their caffeine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now.
But I get to this point after about 5 a.m. when I have the caffeine. Now it's 7, and I'm like, do I want another one? Because then I'm like wired all day. I don't know about you guys, but
I just have the one cup a day.
Just the 1 cup a day.
I'm on my second.
Okay, that's good. I think I might join you a little.
All right, come on, let's go.
I like that. Let's go. Join me for some coffee. Good morning to all of you as well. You can join us for some coffee and breakfast as well. We appreciate being here live and local all the way now through 10 o'clock. Appreciate you making us a part of your morning routine. Yeah, look at that shot right there from our downtown Baltimore camera. Those clouds, the sun is now up Probably won't see much of the sun today as we're tracking more cloud cover and a few rain showers as well. Statewide, our numbers are definitely more February-like with 30s and 40s up and down the Chesapeake and out toward the western part of our state as well. Even picking up a few light showers already in Garrett and Allegheny counties. So colder morning for us here at home. Late morning showers around, just rain showers, and then that record warmth is what we have to talk about for tomorrow. So Mr. Bo giving you that wink here. That morning drive is good to go with a green light. Temperatures mainly in the 40s the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast, and we'll track the rain and how it could impact you in just a bit. So Tom, how are we looking on the roads in terms of the traffic for a Wednesday?
Looking great for, typical commuters. You know it right now is what you're seeing here. That accident right here that we're looking at, 95 southbound in Jessup, that's cleared. It's gone. It looks great. In fact, you can see it from the camera there. Both sides, no issues at all. The only issues now around the outer loop, Parkville, or you know it, as soon as you hit Old Court right there on the outer loop around Baltimore, just off the map right here to the top of the screen here, you're going to go stop and go. No incident, shocking, nothing around Security Boulevard. It's just the volume as you're heading on the outer loop.
7:01 in breaking news this morning. Firefighters fighting a 3-alarm fire at Washington Boulevard in Otterbein Street. Baltimore City Fire Department officials are telling us that they don't know the cause, but they said that it did affect 2 buildings. We're going to bring you more information on air and online when we find out more.
I would say like year and a half, you've just been seeing more and more crime in this area.
It's becoming a very unsafe place to live, and this is not what we expected living in Towson.
We begin this morning in counties under pressure. Residents in Towson reeling after someone shot and killed a 17-year-old just steps away from the Towson Circle.
Well, now 2 elected leaders taking very different stances on what is actually happening in that area.
These are violent crimes. Consistent violent crime throughout Maryland, but it's coming into Towson and it's causing complete chaos.
We're going to do all that we can to make sure that Towson remains the safe place that it is. We welcome all people to visit Towson. It is a vibrant, bustling community.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Towson with what is being done to try and combat the crime. Shannon?
Well, we're told this morning, Tom, security is tighter in this area to try to prevent this from happening again. In fact, Monday night shooting that left a 17-year-old dead, well, it happened just steps from where I'm standing here, right there at that intersection along Delaware Avenue. And then just down the street, you can see just how close this is to the busy Towson Circle. And it's all part of a wave of violence that county leaders are now trying to stop. In fact, in the past 3 weeks, another shooting, a stabbing, and 3 rapes happened just feet from the Towson Circle. So we asked County Executive Johnny Olszewski if enough is being done to stop this violence.
Until we stop crime, we've never done enough. If you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, we're going to find you, we're going to arrest you.
The county executive says more officers have already been assigned to patrol this area. He also says other resources are being discussed, including using public dollars to pay for private security. Meanwhile, it will probably take a while, Patrice, before people in this area feel safe.
Shannon, what do we know about this latest incident? Do we know what was behind it?
So we don't have a motive at this point, Patrice. It's unclear, but county leaders have indicated, though, that this was started and stemmed from an argument between 2 rival groups that unfortunately did leave a 17-year-old dead. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Brookfield Properties, which owns the Towson Town Center and implements a youth chaperone policy there, is considering bringing that same policy to the mall in Columbia. That's after a string of fights and brawls. It has also requested beefed up police presence in Columbia.
We want to hear from you. Do you feel safe in Towson? 92% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Now, elsewhere in Baltimore County, police need your help finding this missing 15-year-old. Take a moment to look at your screen. Isaiah Bryant, last seen yesterday in the Dundalk area. Isaiah is 6'2", 160 pounds with dreaded hair, and was wearing a white polo and khaki pants at the time. Now, anyone with information is asked to contact 911, or you can call that number you see right there on your screen. That's 410-307-2020.
7:05 and turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Maryland state senators vote to confirm Vincent Schiraldi as the new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Schiraldi, who most recently oversaw the Corrections Department in New York City, has been the target of criticism. At one time, he suggested that no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or 25 years of age. Schiraldi standing by his views last week, telling the Senate committee that his philosophy centers around healing rather than punishing. Opponents have called his strategies regarding juvenile justice dangerous for Maryland.
Frankly, the policy influence here in Annapolis seems to all be about how can we not be too hard on the criminal behavior? And while, of course, we want to rehabilitate youth, there is not enough of an emphasis on actual discipline and accountability and consequences for criminal behavior.
Governor Moore has released a statement saying that he remains confident in Schiraldi and says the new secretary will work to improve public safety and outcomes for youth, not only in Baltimore, but throughout the state.
Fox 45 News will continue to cover session 2023 and how lawmakers are handling public safety. In fact, we're helping make your voices heard. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen to see a list of the official email addresses and phone numbers of your local state senators and delegates.
Elsewhere in your 2023 legislative session coverage, a Maryland lawmaker has temporarily withdrawn a controversial bill that would have allowed minors to get vaccines without their parents' consent.
Senator Cheryl Kagan now claims Bill 378 needs more medical research, but after uncovering her latest financial disclosure statement, Fox 45 News learned that she owns stock in 2 of the 3 major vaccine manufacturers, which is raising some ethical concerns.
It's really difficult to ignore this connection between the companies that she has stock in and the vaccines and what she's doing with this legislation.
That was David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. He calls Senator Kagan's investments a conflict of interest. Although the bill has been withdrawn, Williams says the ethical concerns can't be erased.
Fox 45 reached out to Senator Kagan's office 3 times over the last 2 weeks, questioning the reason behind the bill. And we asked, how can children have the capacity to consent to the vaccine but not refuse it? And do you not trust parents to make informed decisions for their own children? And do you believe introducing the legislation was a conflict of interest? Her office refuses to respond. 7:08 and turning now to a city in crisis. 6 Baltimore City Council members vote to approve $9 million for a project aimed at revamping the Edmondson Village shopping center.
It is the shopping center where 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a quintuple shooting in January. Fox 45 cameras have captured open-air drug deals there in the past. Now an investment group is buying the center. The group promises to build a new grocery store and other capital products. Councilman Christopher Burnett represents that area and says the investment is a long time coming.
We've had a lot of violence in the Edmondson Village community, not only this year, but in years past. And, you know, there's been just long-term disinvestment along the corridor. And so I think it's a huge deal.
Burnett also says that he'll be working closely with the finance department to ensure that the money is being well spent. The sale is expected to be approved by April.
7:09 now, and from the Live Center, President Joe Biden continuing his trip in Poland. You can see some of the pictures right here. He started his day visiting with U.S. Embassy staff in Warsaw. The president will then meet with the Budapest 9. That's a group of Eastern Flank NATO allies. And he will also meet with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and to reaffirm U.S. support for this alliance. Right now, talks of nuclear testing, though, resuming in Russia. It's dramatically raising tensions with the U.S. after Russian President Vladimir Putin suspended participation in the nuclear arms pact with the U.S. during his national address. When he said that, several U.S. officials now say the Kremlin carried out an intercontinental ballistic missile test that failed around the same time President Biden was in Ukraine. Now, in the months ahead, it is now said that China's President Xi Jinping will head to Moscow for a summit with Russian President Putin. According to the Wall Street Journal, the plans are in the, quote, early stage, adding that Xi could travel to Russia in April or early May. As of right now, though, China has refused to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Monday, China said it is willing to work with other countries to achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine. However, overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying that he has yet to see any official peace plan coming out of China. That's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, 7:10. We need to get another check of our cold forecast. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers.
It's interesting, too. You say cold, Patrice, like that because we've had temps in the 60s the last couple of days. But this is February, where we typically are. That 30-year average, upper 40s is what we see for our afternoon highs. That's where we're going to be today. Yes, it's cloudy. The sun is now up, but we won't see much of the sun today. You can kind of see that glow right there on your Towson camera, right underneath that cloud deck. But we'll see those showers that will start to move through, I'd say, just after about 9, 10 o'clock this morning. Go ahead, grab the jacket and the umbrella just in case you get caught under some of those showers. They're going to be here just through the middle of the day, so we're not talking about rain all day today. And if you want to get a run or a jog in the next few hours, just grab that extra layer before the rain rolls in, with numbers staying into the lower 40s. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about the possible records being broken for tomorrow. That's coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. After months of parents trying to gain clarity about Maryland's 529 College Savings Fund, the new state treasurer is now pledging to get some answers. What lawmakers are expected to hear when that session starts today.
Tax season is inching closer. After the break, how to know if the person you have doing your taxes is trustworthy and the right fit for you. 7:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, as pandemic relief credits and child tax credits are lower, plus you add in inflation, securing every dollar that the government owes you is very important. But finding the right and trustworthy tax preparer can be tricky. Joining us now for this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with Better Business Bureau. And okay, the BBB looks at things and they say, okay, this is an issue year after year where people say, oh, I'm just going to go with this company, I'll do it myself, and then they get in a bind, they go to somebody else, and then they get scammed.
Yeah. And I'll say it's really been compounded because of identity theft. So a lot of adults, have been victims of identity theft. They don't know it until they go in to file their taxes, and somebody has taken their ID and already filed the taxes, claimed an unrealistic refund, and you're left sitting there. So finding a really good preparer, we're going to talk about that. I also going to start where I want to end, and that is file as fast as you can. E-file is a really good way. So we'll say that at the end, but let's say it up front as well.
And a lot of e-filing, if you do it on yourself and you have a simple 1040, it's free to actually e-file.
To some degree.
Yeah, and I say that because Better Business Bureau breaks down. There's a lot of different, you have CPAs, you have EAs, you have attorneys that are tax attorneys, and then you have non-certified, also tax preparers in there. And so they charge different fees there. So that's normal.
Very much normal. And what it is, you want, the more complicated your taxes are, your real estate holdings or any of those kinds of things, the higher up you want to go, from tax attorneys to registered agents. This other thing you want to think about is whomever you use needs to represent you in front of the IRS should there be an audit or any kind of challenges. So using somebody you know is there today and is there next week, next month, next year is critically important. So you want to look at the credentials. One thing to remind all your viewers, Tom, in Maryland, that you must get have registration. To get that registration number in the state of Maryland, you do pass a competency test. Gotcha. And that's critically important because you want to do business with a real registered tax preparer. Right. So really simple, get your taxes in early. Think about when you approach somebody, are they going to be here next year? And what are their fees? Two promises I say really watch out for is they're guaranteeing you a high tax return or refund. Whoa, walk away. Right. They haven't even looked at your taxes to know what you're eligible for. And we really offer caution to people who are getting those loans against anticipated because they take commission, they charge fees. So fees are important, who you do business with. And can I say again, file early do e-file.
Word of mouth always is a good one, too. Go with family and friends and trust them. Yeah,
absolutely.
Angie Barnett, thank you. We appreciate it. And happy tax season.
Yeah. Yay. Yay.
Exactly. Yay. That's kind of how I feel about this next segment. Tossing over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Come on. I'm always a bundle of joy.
You get a slow clap for your forecast, though.
You don't like the 79 tomorrow, Patrice?
You're talking about not 79 today, though.
No, not today. Thanks, audience. The audience is excited about it.
I was going to say, that clap is way too fast and excited what they're giving you.
I know. All right, let's get to our February temperatures. Stratus is the guy that I use. That's my buddy. Woo! Yeah, Jimmy hooked me up with him last year, talking about having somebody who you know, and I'm like, love that guy. He took care of us. So good advice, as always, from Miss Angie. There are weather headlines. Looking at our cloud cover out there, and also that sun that is now up, even though tough to see because of those clouds that are going to linger throughout the day today. Definitely a colder morning. Now, look at our numbers right now. We're in the 40s, and we're really only going to get into the upper 40s. So kind of what we call steady temperatures today. We're not going to see any kind of huge drops or kind of rises, I guess you could say. We are tracking some late morning showers, and then it's that record warmth for tomorrow where some of us could be close to 80 degrees. Now, right now on our HD radar, we are seeing a little bit of a wintry mix in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties, and that's why we have that winter weather advisory posted through 11 o'clock this morning. So this is verifying from our forecast here, Cumberland and areas to the west. If you're heading to western Maryland, just watch for that. Most of us just seeing the rain showers, at least on the other side of the mountains and areas where it's not as cold. Columbus, back into areas in Charleston, West Virginia. Now, our friends to the west are dealing with blizzard-like conditions. Lots of cancellations from Minneapolis down through Denver, the northern tier states, a huge blizzard. They're calling this historic blizzard because we're seeing a lot of snow and a lot of potential disruptions with that storm. As for us, overall, a couple of showers. This is 9 o'clock this morning on your hourly future scan. By 10 a.m., kind of a steady rain, and it'll be, again, chillier today. Best chance for any moderate rain right around 11 o'clock. You can see that little yellow line through Baltimore County, but pushing out of here by 1 p.m. By this afternoon, the rain is pretty much done. We'll have mainly cloudy skies. Make sure the kids have the umbrella, especially if they're going to be out and about midday. Maybe they have a half day or something like that, but just know our temperatures in the mid-40s through noon and into the upper 40s, even though we're drier as you pick them up from the bus stop this afternoon. Probably not the best day for golfers, but don't you worry, because tomorrow will be the day to be outside. And here is why. That 7-day forecast, the record high for the day is 78 degrees. Sure, we're going to be talking about that ad nauseum, but lower 80s for some around the area. We're going to go for a high of 79 after a high in the upper 40s today. Notice those numbers drop off significantly. Friday only 53, and Saturday we don't even get to about 40 degrees. So yeah, thumbs down for that one. If you, I agree with you on that, Patrice.
Well, thank you. All right, looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look at the cameras throughout our region. A little bit of a slower commute on 695 right near Old Court. We haven't heard about any incidents or accidents, just the volume at this hour, but everybody else moving along pretty much up to speed.
Former Columbia teacher who worked to keep her students fed during the pandemic has now started a chain reaction. Still to come this morning, we introduce you to this week's Champion of Courage.
And a Maryland local is bringing her work to the big stage at the Peggy and Yale Gordon Center. How her work is heavily influenced by her experiences of anti-Semitism and racism growing up. 7:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Local artist is bringing her work, inspired by the anti-Semitism and racism that she felt growing up, to the Peggy and Yale Gordon Center for Performing Arts. Artist Juliet Gilden joining us now this morning with What's So Baltimore. Good morning, Juliet.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for giving us a few minutes of your time right now. You're standing in front of some of your artwork. Tell us a little bit about the background here, the inspiration against anti-Semitism and racism. Tell a little bit of personally what happened with you.
Yeah, so I just grew up in a neighborhood right around the corner from the Gordon Center in Owings Mills, and it was a very Jewish area, and went to school with a lot of Black students, Jewish students, and Christian students, so it was a melting pot in that sense. And for the most part, people did get along, but there were times that anti-Semitism and racism happened that I remember very well as a child.
Yeah, and it looks like when we just saw some of your images there, great artwork here. What type of medium are you using?
I'm using acrylic paints on canvas.
Yeah, it looks incredible. Okay, we're zooming in on one right here. I asked you during the commercial break when we first met, just kind of why is this one piece stand out more than others?
Well, this piece actually I created about a year ago when the Anne Frank monument was sprayed with graffiti. And it just struck me as such a powerful story because she's always been such a great symbol for what happened during World War II and the Holocaust, and she's brought hope to so many people, and she brings an innocence. It reminds people of the innocence that happened during that time, and I felt like the juxtaposition of somebody, desecrating her memory and just a visual of her was just so powerful.
Julia Gilden, can you tell us real quick, we're out of time right now, but where people can come to see this? Where is the Gordon Center?
So the Gordon Center is located in Owings Mills on Gwynberg Avenue, and I'm not sure the exact address of it, but it is in Owings Mills. Yeah, and right next to the Jewish Community Center as well.
Perfect. Yes, we will be able to find you there and meet you. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the morning. We have a colder day ahead before temperatures move into the 70s tomorrow. Coming up, and our Weather Authority team is letting us know just how this could impact your spring bloom.
Concern from parents continues over their state college savings plans. Coming up, how state leaders are now getting in the fight for answers. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. What a start to your Wednesday morning. That sunrise was absolutely gorgeous over Baltimore and the Towson area here this morning. And then tomorrow, it's really going to be intense.
I'm ready to get there. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. My daughter already asked because she wears shorts again. I'm like,
yeah, I mean, that is definitely, that's going to be a thing. I mean, all of us are going to be in that short and flip-flop weather. I was looking at some of the records as to the last time we were that warm as we're going to be tomorrow, and a lot of things weren't even around here at that time. So we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's talk about the task at hand. Yes, still a pretty sunrise. The sun is now up with those clouds kind of mixed in out over the inner harbor at this hour. Notice on the right side of your screen, most of us are in the 30s and the 40s, lower 40s over the next few hours if you want to get out for a run or a jog. Rain rolls in about 9:30, 10 o'clock. So you're going to be dry from now until then. High today, only upper 40s, and then we're going to add about 31 degrees to our high tomorrow afternoon. And then we're going to drop by about, 26 degrees or so on Friday. So these temperature swings are going to be wild, to say the least. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads? Hopefully not wild out there, Tom.
No real issues to report right now. Taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. The big problem, though, is the commute is just getting congested. And you're taking a top left right there at Old Court Road when 795 meets there. At 695, that's a slowdown, and then it's just bumper to bumper all the way past 70 now for you because of the volume that's there. Parkville looking the same, too, a little bit on your right-hand side, a little bit moving a little bit quicker there. But everybody is moving along. No incidents at this moment.
You don't think that these families have a right to know what's going on with their money? How can parents trust this state agency that won't even answer their questions? So you're not taking questions again?
Correct.
And why aren't you taking questions?
Patty over there has a statement.
A statement, or will she answer my questions?
She did not. Continuing coverage this morning. After months of trying to gain clarity about Maryland's embattled college savings fund, Maryland's new state treasurer is pledging to get answers for parents.
Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an interest calculation error.
Today, lawmakers will hear concerns over the savings program.
Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with the concern from parents who say this error has been costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, parents dealing with this, Patrice, tell us it's like a never-ending nightmare. And they are once again taking those concerns to lawmakers in Annapolis today. In fact, one parent is expressing his concerns with a new radio ad. Let's listen to that.
Are they paying that?
No, they're not.
But they promised.
Yes, they did.
If you are one of the 27,000 Maryland prepaid college trust policyholders, it's time to act.
So certainly a call to action there. Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. That error has caused the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts. And ultimately, it slashed many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now Maryland's new state treasurer, Derek Davis, is promising to get answers. In fact, before a joint session of the General Assembly yesterday, he said enough is enough.
I'm not promising to be nice about it, and I'm not promising to be polite about it. We've tried that. We've tried that for 18 months, and it hasn't worked. And now it's time to do what needs to be done. Our parents, and more importantly, our children deserve better, and they're going to get better.
And so many parents have come forward already with stories of how their savings have dropped by tens of thousands of dollars. Again, their testimonies will be heard today in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has been following the issues with Maryland 529 for months now. You can find all of our previous reporting right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
7:35 and new this morning, Governor Wes Moore has joined 20 states to announce an historic governor-led reproductive alliance. The alliance is a nonpartisan coalition of 20 governors committed to protecting and expanding reproductive freedom in their states. This is the largest coalition ever convened. According to a news release, the alliance will work together to strengthen reproductive freedom in the face of an unprecedented assault on abortion access and other forms of reproductive health care by states that are hostile to abortion rights and judges who are advancing their ideological agenda. Major funding for the alliance is provided by the California Wellness Foundation with additional support from the Rosenberg Foundation.
Towson residents remaining on edge following an increase in violence around the Towson Circle. The two stances elected leaders taking on addressing crime in that area. 7:35 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. 7:38 is your time right now. We are taking a look at what's going on with your forecast and talking about those above average temperatures. We're definitely not seeing severe weather here, but we definitely have a massive storm system that's canceling flights across the country today. Our well above average numbers will continue as well. Just let me know, do we have Jasmine out live or not? Yeah. Okay, we do not have. Gotcha. All right. So we'll talk about our numbers that are above average here for tomorrow, the big temperature spike, and then our numbers drop as we head into this upcoming weekend. Another look at your full forecast. We will do that in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice, what are you seeing there at the Live Center?
I'm seeing quite the opposite of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. You're talking about temperatures in the upper 70s. We're talking about severe weather from the Live Center this morning. Minneapolis could see its greatest three-day snowfall in more than 30 years. FlightWare already showing more than 1,500 cancellations of today. That number could increase because it already has. It was only at about 1,200 when we started the morning. Minneapolis, Chicago, Denver, Salt Lake City airports, they're all feeling the impact of this. Look, Minneapolis, 160 cancellations there. Now, we've got some new video just into the live center this morning. Look at that. It's showing snow that is coming down in Idaho overnight. Snow at Mountain Valley locations could reach up to a foot of snow. Places like Park City, Utah, and the mountains, they could get 2 to 3 feet, raising the avalanche danger there. Now, this is a massive storm system with impacts from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine. There are blizzard warnings for parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota just east of the Twin Cities. Minnesota's governor declared a state of emergency. Now, the National Weather Service is saying this snowstorm will be in the top 5 for many parts of Minnesota.
The Pratt Library getting a facelift. How Mayor Brandon Scott is planning to raise funding and update and expand. World leaders are on high alert as we approach the 1-year anniversary of the Ukraine invasion. Just ahead, the president's plans today as he attempts to build on key relationships in that area. 7:40 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (7:43) and during the month of February, we are celebrating Black History Month by highlighting champions of courage in your neighborhoods.
This morning, we're introducing you to one former Columbia teacher whose mission to keep her students fed during the pandemic has carried on. Shannon Lilly is showing us how she started a chain reaction.
Inside the barn in Oakland Mills, Columbia's youth learning the skills they need to score, both on and off the court. It's part of a new pilot violence prevention program called PUSH.
You're releasing down here, release up here.
Program director Saquon Maxwell giving kids a safe space to hang out, do homework, and just be themselves.
My biggest thing is letting kids know if you put kindness into the world and you be genuine to who you are, it'll take you a long way. You just, like I just said, I tell my kids all the time, kindness is free, spread it everywhere.
But in order to spread that kindness here,
Okay, so you're gonna put 20 here.
Maxwell is receiving a little kindness himself.
I would most definitely say, in a lot of ways, she is the spine to the PUSH program.
He's talking about Erica Chavarria.
After you get back from California, let's definitely head over to Wild Lake.
A former teacher at Maxwell's high school in Columbia turned business partner.
Saquon had posted something on Twitter, basically with his program that he had developed called PUSH. And he basically said, you know, if you just let the youth lead, we have so much to offer.
And her response was, that's perfect. That's what we need to do. Like, this is what I'm trying to set up.
The PUSH program beginning in 2022, but for Chavarria, it was just the latest step in her already growing nonprofit.
So this is the first post that I posted that started the whole thing. It was March 11, 2020, and it says, if they close HCPSS, I volunteer to run meals to students and families who are in need or help in locations where food will be offered. 3 days later, Columbia Community Care was started. And 3 years later, the nonprofit is now a well-oiled machine, functioning out of their relief headquarters at the old Columbia Flyer building to address poverty and hunger in the community. Make sure that the order is correct, that their address is right.
Already serving well over 150,000 residents with weekly deliveries of groceries.
We were sort of building the plane as we were flying it, and so I never studied to be, I never studied how to build a nonprofit or even intended to build an organization. I was a teacher. I'm still, like, in my head, in my heart, I'm still a teacher.
And it's that heart that drives the mission well beyond hunger relief.
If you look at history, and you look at, the civil rights movement or the power movements in the past, young people were at the forefront of those fights.
A fight that Chavarria, too, is championing through her work to give youth and families in need a better shot at life.
And that's the notion of Dr. King's dream, right? That we all can coexist and we all can live amongst each other and create opportunities for each other while helping each other and spreading love to each other. Yeah, that's 110 Dr. King.
And that's why Erica Chavarria is a champion of courage.
Well, all this month, Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch the Champions of Courage special right here on Fox 45 Sunday morning, February 26th at 11:30. You can also catch it later that same day on MyTV Baltimore at 2 that afternoon, or Saturday evening, February 25th, the night before, on CW Baltimore.
It's 7:47 now. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Just some perspective on tomorrow's potential record-setting day for our record-high temps,
Yes.
right? So 1872 is when they started doing records here in the Baltimore region. 2 years later, 78 degrees. This was before City Hall was built. This is before Johns Hopkins was established. This is before Goucher College was even around. That's how long ago it was. So.
And you said Bob was taking temperatures, writing them down on his paper earlier.
Maybe it was like a Hank, or maybe like some old school name, Ernest.
Are you sure we're going to hit the record?
No, I'm not sure, Patrice.
149
if I was sure, I wouldn't be here.
What your percentage? What do you think?
I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
I even say very confident, because most of the models are trending in that 78, 79, even 80 degree range.
Gotcha.
You get that southwest wind that always just kicks up those temperatures.
Where does it have to actually hit? At BWI?
BWI,
Yeah.
the actual spot. Yeah. So.
But was BWI there in 1870?
That's another thing. They weren't flying planes. Right. The Wright brothers weren't even they were doing their stuff in Dayton, Ohio before. Yeah, they were doing bicycles and stuff. And we're like, oh, no. So, yeah, they have the current place where we take the reading right now, which is going to be at BWI. But same thing, I look back to Annapolis last year, you had temps in the mid-70s, and that was the record for the date on the 23rd. So we were warm last year at the same date. So, all right, let's talk about the temperatures today. Overall, we've got that cloud cover that is out there right now. Our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, we are seeing some pockets of sun trying to get through. Temperatures more February-like than those May-like numbers we will have tomorrow, but 44, your current number in Towson. Here's what's going on our HD radar. Notice in Cumberland over toward Grantsville and areas in Oakland, we are seeing some rain showers. Notice that pink that's trying to mix in there in western Maryland. That's with some of those colder temperatures, and that's why we still have the winter weather advisory for Garrett and western Allegheny County. This only goes through 11 o'clock this morning, but again, again, we have that potential of seeing some light freezing rain there. It's all kind of ahead of this warm front. This is the warm front right there that's going to bring us those well above average numbers and possible records tomorrow. So we are tracking some showers that are going to move through. You look around the nation, and we've got severe weather from Wichita and Oklahoma City down through Dallas, and then all of that snow with those blizzard-like conditions for the Great Lakes all the way back through the west and into parts of Colorado. Even a blizzard warning north of Los Angeles through tomorrow. So that's how weird this weather is. All right, our Wednesday afternoon, we're talking about those temperatures that are going to stay near average. The rain showers, 9 o'clock, that's when they start to roll in into that 10 o'clock hour, kind of a steady rainfall through most of the areas. And we'll even see the potential of a few moderate showers by about 11 a.m. But by about noon, 1 o'clock, that rain pushing out of here, and we are seeing more of that cloud cover as we head into the later part of the afternoon. So the rain is only going to be, I'd say, that maybe 2-3 hours where we'll have to deal with some of those showers rolling through. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Upper 40s for today, and then upper 70s tomorrow. Again, the record is 78. I'm going for a high of 79. We drop to the lower 50s Friday for highs, and then Saturday's highs will only be in the upper 30s. So that is what we're talking about with these wild temperature swings. And now we want to test it out to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax taking a look at how a lack of cold this winter actually could be dangerous for this year's bloom. Jasmine?
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, that's right. We've been seeing evidence of a very mild winter even this morning. Even though we're starting off in the 30s and the 40s, many people are outside running, walking their dogs, riding bikes. We're not seeing too much with our leaves. However, we are talking about the impacts that the lack of cold weather is having on fruit and nut trees. They actually need a winter chill for optimal growth. And what that means is that the best chilling occurs between 32 degrees Fahrenheit and 45 degrees Fahrenheit, but winter is the fastest warming season in many locations. A warmer and shorter winter can disrupt pollination, and also when buds break, thus affecting crops that local economies depend on. A warm winter has been very evident this year, especially here in Maryland, from the number of days above average, like what we have coming tomorrow, to the lack of snow. Sorry to all of the snow lovers. It's just been very mild. Warm temperatures can actually reverse chilling, while below freezing temperatures can lead to minimal chilling and little time for rest for trees. Now, the resting period is very important for growers because this is when they do things like pruning trees and getting them ready for the fall season, when we enjoy different crops in the summer season as well. Coming up in the next hour, we're actually going to talk about some of the crops that Maryland depends on, some of our biggest crops, and the impacts that the lack of winter chill could have on those. Back to you.
A Baltimore County artist is getting recognized across the nation. Just ahead, the local spot where you can go to see her works of art on important topics like racism and anti-Semitism.
But first, Lego Friends are expanding. How this new revamp is intended to be more inclusive. And saying Lego, my mind just went to Lego my ego. We know it goes well with waffles, right?
Yes, coffee. It's definitely time for a coffee break.
7:55 and in your consumer news this Wednesday morning, United Airlines looking into alternative fuels for their aircraft. Now, the airline, along with several others, aiming to invest in startups that produce sustainable aviation fuel to sign clean fuel supply agreements. The company, backed by Air Canada, Boeing, and others, is launching the fund with more than $100 million. In the aviation sector, many startups are looking into using everything from fats and oils and grease to hydrogen fuel cells to make sustainable aviation possible.
Lego is launching a new Friends universe in an effort to be more inclusive. The product line features 8 new diverse characters. The characters live with anxiety, Down syndrome, and they have other non-visible and visible forms of representation. You can buy a build-your-own set featuring those new characters. Lego also launched a Friends YouTube series.
A cooler day ahead with some showers.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know about the temperatures that could break records.
A teenager shot just steps away from the Towson Circle. Coming up, what leaders are doing to keep you safe.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Colder start today, but man, is it going to change this time tomorrow. Should be feeling a difference.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is excited about that.
Interesting, too, that you said that, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. That warm front is going to warm things up tonight into tomorrow. So, yeah, we will have a milder morning, and then that's going to kick off that potential record-breaking day for tomorrow afternoon. Let's focus to the task at hand. Got to get through today first, and notice that cloud cover that's out there. It is definitely chilly and a lot colder than where we've been, but this is very average for your February type day. Here's a look at your jogging cast. No, we got another hour or two before that rain starts to roll in. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog, you're good to go. You're still going to start to get wet after about 10 a.m. with that rain that's rolling in. And yeah, these are the temperatures we're talking about. Upper 40s today, close to 80 tomorrow, and then back to the lower 50s on Friday. So up and down and up and down. That roller coaster continues. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Hopefully the roads aren't like that, Tom.
Just one incident to report. Taking a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here and your drive times. You see that 95 to 83, 23 minutes? That's the Parkville region because of some issues there. 795 to 95, the outer loop, no issues. The inner loop, just in between 83 and 795, there's a accident. That's causing some slowdowns, major slowdowns, stop and go, according to the cameras. Inner loop is really just at a stop now because of that, right at Reisterstown Road on the inner loop, 695.
I would say like year and a half, you've just been seeing more and more crime in this area.
It's becoming a very unsafe place to live, and this is not what we expected living in Towson.
We begin this morning in counties under pressure. Residents in Towson are reeling after someone shot and killed a 17-year-old just steps away from the Towson Circle. Now, two elected leaders are taking very different stances on what is happening in the area.
These are violent crimes, consistent violent crime throughout Maryland, but it's coming into Towson, and it's causing complete chaos.
We're going to do all that we can to make sure that Towson remains the safe place that it is. We welcome all people to visit Towson. It is a vibrant, bustling community.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Towson with what is being done to combat this crime. Shannon.
Well, we're told, Tom, that security is tighter here in Towson this morning to try to prevent this from happening again. In fact, that shooting that left a 17-year-old dead Monday night happened just steps from where we are here, right there along Delaware Avenue. It happened in the middle of the road. And you can see that this is just one street up from the Towson Circle. Also here behind us, that busy roundabout there. And unfortunately, this is just the latest in a wave of violence that leaders are trying to stop. In fact, in the past 3 weeks, another shooting, a stabbing, and 3 rapes happened just feet from the Towson Circle. We asked County Executive Johnny Olszewski if enough is being done to stop the violence.
Until we stop crime, we've never done enough. If you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, we're going to find you, we're going to arrest you.
The county executive says more officers have already been assigned to patrol this area, and he also says that other resources are being discussed, and that includes public dollars to pay for private security. Now, meanwhile, Tom and Patrice, it will likely take a while for this area to fully recover from all the violence that it's seen.
Shannon, what do we know about the latest shooting? Do we know who was behind it, what was behind it, the motive?
As far as the motive, Patrice, we are still trying to figure that out. It's still unclear, but county leaders have indicated that they do believe that it was caused by an argument between two rival groups that did unfortunately lead to that death of a 17-year-old. Reporting live in Towson, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We want to hear from you. Do you feel safe in Towson? 92% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Well, new this morning, firefighters fighting a massive fire at Washington Boulevard and Audubon Street. You can see it right here. This is video right after it happened around 5 o'clock this morning. Baltimore City Fire Department told our photographer at the scene they're still investigating what caused it. It did affect 2 buildings with at least 3 businesses there, too. We'll bring you more information both on air and online as soon as we learn more.
Turning now to a city in crisis, police are investigating a shooting on South Pulaski Street. Investigators tell us that someone shot a man, gravely wounding him after 6 yesterday evening in the Carrollton Ridge neighborhood of Southwest Baltimore. We're told that emergency responders rushed that man to the hospital, and Baltimore City Police have notified homicide detectives. We are working to find out more information about that man's condition and who is responsible for the shooting.
6 Baltimore City Council members vote to approve $9 million for a project aimed at revamping the Edmondson Village shopping center. It's the shopping center where 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was killed in a quintuple shooting in January. Now, Fox 45 cameras have captured open-air drug deals there in the past. Now an investment group is buying that center. They promise to build a new grocery store and other capital products. Councilman Christopher Burnett represents the area and says this investment is a long time coming.
We've had a lot of violence in the Edmondson Village community, not only this year, but in years past. And, you know, there's been just long-term disinvestment along the corridor. And so I think it's a huge deal.
Yeah, well, Burnett also says he'll be working closely with the finance department to ensure the money is being well spent. The sale is expected to be approved by April.
8:05 and turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Maryland State Senators vote to confirm Vincent Schiraldi as the new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Schiraldi, who most recently oversaw the Corrections Department in New York City, has been the target of criticism. At one time, he suggested that no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or even 25 years of age. Schiraldi standing by his views last week, telling the Senate committee that his philosophy centers around healing rather than punishing. Opponents have called his strategies regarding juvenile justice dangerous for Maryland.
Frankly, the policy influence here in Annapolis seems to all be about how can we not be too hard on the criminal behavior. And while, of course, we want to rehabilitate youth, there is not enough of an emphasis on actual discipline and accountability and consequences for criminal behavior.
Governor Moore has released a statement saying that he remains confident in Schiraldi and says the new secretary will work to improve public safety and outcomes for youth, not only in Baltimore, but throughout the state.
From the Live Center this morning, President Joe Biden continuing his trip in Poland, too. In fact, we just had it up here. Let me pull that back up. There's a live shot I wanted to show right here. That's why I have it right here for you. In fact, we were just showing this. These are people actually walking into the center where the president will be visiting here in just a couple of minutes, waiting to see when he comes in. If we can play that. Let me see if we can get that. Yeah, there we go. Here it is. This is actually the Budapest 9 that's coming here. The president will be meeting with the Budapest 9, a group of Eastern flank NATO allies, here in minutes. We'll also meet with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to reaffirm U.S. support for this alliance. Right now, talks of nuclear testing resuming in Russia is dramatically raising tensions with the U.S. after Russian President Vladimir Putin suspended participation in the nuclear arms pact with the U.S. during his national address. Several U.S. officials now say that the Kremlin carried out an intercontinental ballistic missile test that failed around the same time Biden was in Ukraine. Now, in the months ahead, it is now said that China's President Xi Jinping will head to Moscow for a summit with President Putin there, according to the Wall Street Journal. The plans are still in the early stage, adding that Xi could travel to Russia in April or early May. As of right now, China has refused to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, Monday, China said it is willing to work with other countries to achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine. However, overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he has yet to see any official peace plan coming from China. Again, we're still following this right here when we're waiting for the President Biden to come in, speaking at the summit of the NATO Budapest 9 here in Warsaw. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Mayor Scott is on the defense following questions on multiple topics. We'll talk with the Baltimore resident about that coming up.
Parents continue to try and gain clarity about Maryland's College Saving Fund 529. In our next half hour, the one person who is now promising to reduce the nightmares and deliver some answers.
Clouds out there and temperatures that are more February-like, but tomorrow will feel more like May. We'll talk about that and when that rain's going to impact you today. That's all coming up on your full Weather Authority forecast in just a bit. 8:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Happy Wednesday, everybody. It is Ash Wednesday if you celebrate that in our Lenten season beginning. Looking at the downtown Baltimore shop, lots of cloud cover that's out there. The sun is trying to come through. It is definitely chilly, and we're feeling a lot more February-like here. Statewide, numbers in the 30s for Western Maryland. Most of us in the 30s here. We're actually still hanging on to some 40s in Bel Air and Baltimore down through Annapolis at this time. So over the next couple of hours, those numbers are going to be kind of steady right there in the 40s. And notice those rain showers, 10, 11 into the noon hour. That's when we'll see the rain for you today. We'll break it down for you hour by hour. My very latest computer model run. We'll talk about that in just a bit.
Thank you, Justin. Well, let's stay talking about the weather. Check out this shot. As the warmer weather rolls in, so do the spring storms, right? Check out this picture Yolanda sent us using this amazing image of two rainbows. Can you see the top one there? Bottom one obviously below that cloud line, but then that second one mixed in there following the storms that swept through the area just yesterday.
I got a picture of a rainbow yesterday. Only one, though. Well, we want to see how you are enjoying the warmer weather. Use your phone's camera to scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and that's where you can submit your pictures and your videos. You can also use your Fox 45 News mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in. A judge dismissed charges against one of the attorneys defending the former Baltimore City State's attorney. The sharp words the judge shared with that attorney.
Mayor Scott refusing to answer questions about a variety of topics. Just ahead, the indirect protection he may be receiving. 8:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And Scott says, "How dare you ask me those questions?" That is completely irresponsible. It doesn't deal substantively with the issues, and it leaves Baltimore in the same position it was before the questions were asked.
Mayor Brendan Scott is routinely questioned about issues facing the city. What doesn't happen as routinely are answers to those questions, at least not the answers that critics want to hear. Longtime Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Patrice. How are you?
I'm doing well. So just in the past couple of weeks, Mayor Scott has been asked about the Conduit system. There was the shooting death of another teenager in the city. He's been asked about failing math test scores. And In a lot of these cases, it's not that he hasn't responded. Is it just that he hasn't said what the critics who are questioning him want to hear?
Ms. Patrice, I'm not a critic. I'm an observer. Mr. Scott is just a symptom of a greater sickness. One party in control of the city and the state. One party in control of the city and the state for 70 years. They do what they want to do. You see it in their attitude, their articulation, and their actions. It doesn't make a difference whether it's Mr. Scott or Mr. Mosley or Ms. Carter on the state level or Ms. Kagan. They serve their donors. They get the money and they use our votes and impose their values on us. They don't listen to us. We said term limits. They tried to get around it. We said keep the don't sell the conduit system, and he's getting around it. He doesn't listen to us. He doesn't care. He serves his donor class for their money, and he gives us nothing. He thinks he knows what's best for us. He's not a public servant. He's a self-servant.
Some people are upset that sometimes he and others that are questioned seem to be indignant, and they seem to be upset at the questions that are coming at them. We just heard Professor Richard Vatz, their rhetoric professor, say that it was inappropriate for the mayor to say that a question directed at him was disrespectful when he was asked what is he personally gaining from the city. But if he feels like you're questioning his integrity, is that not what you would expect the response to be?
The young man has only had a government job, only of picking up a check from me and you. He has GPA, greater political ambitions. I'm going to say it again. One party in charge of the city and the state for 70 years on every level. If you're satisfied with the quality of life in Baltimore City, keep doing what you're doing. If you're not, you need to make a change. They won't change until we change. They serve their donor class for the money. They use our votes for their positions. They use us.
Let me ask you this. For people who disagree with how the mayor handles a situation, is any answer going to be good enough, or is there always just going to be this, protagonist back and forth?
He has no answer that can satisfy any question in the arena of public safety, in the arena of economics, in the arena of education. Everybody who could do anything about public safety, economics, or education is an African American and a Democrat. They don't care. They don't answer. They give us their butt to kiss, and they walk away. It's seen in their attitude, in their articulation, and in their actions. I'm going to say it again. They serve the donors to their campaign for their money. They use us for our votes, and our votes become meaningless because when it's all said and done, they impose their values and their behaviors and their policies on us, the people. That won't change until we change.
All right, we have to leave it there. Pastor Smith, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Patrice.
8:19 is your time right now. We've got some cloud cover out there for our Towson camera. That sun is now up, but we won't see much of the sun today. In fact, we're actually tracking a few rain showers that will move in. Right now, western Maryland mainly seeing rain. You can see a little bit of that pink that's mixed in there from Cumberland over toward Oakland, around Allegheny, and into parts of Garrett County. But overall, the winter weather advisory there until 11 o'clock this morning in western Allegheny and all of Garrett County for that potential of some light icy conditions here, or icing conditions. This is the warm front, and that's what's going to help to really warm up our temperatures tomorrow. Out ahead of the front is where we're seeing some of what we call the post-frontal showers, the prefrontal showers ahead of that front. So that's where we're going to see the rain move in over the next few hours, and then all of that warm air moves in later today. And that is continuing to bring a huge change in the weather patterns, where we've got the severe weather in parts of the Central Plains from Wichita down through OKC and Dallas. North of that, you've got the blizzard conditions in Minneapolis, St. Paul, back through the Dakotas into Denver, and all the way back out toward the West Coast as well. So a huge difference in those temperatures is what is making all of these things change and just kind of give it that wacky weather. All right, here's a look at our hourly future scan. This is 10 o'clock this morning. Notice that's when the rain rolls in. It's going to be about, I'd say, maybe a 3-hour period where some light showers move right through the area. This takes us through about noon into the 1 o'clock hour, pushing out of here by then. Overall, for the afternoon, we actually will dry out. Probably won't see much in the way of sun. probably not the best day to get out there and hit the golf ball around, unless you want to try to sneak out now and maybe get a quick 9 in before those rain showers roll in. But temps are going to be cooler, mid to upper 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties here, even some lower 40s as well. You can see where that warm air is. Charleston, West Virginia, almost 80 today, mid 60s in Richmond. We tap into that warm air tomorrow, but for one more day, we're in the mid to upper 40s here, at least for one day, with temperatures closer to average. Now, here's that temperature tracker. We've been showing you all of this and talking about that potential record high. Add 30 degrees to our highs tomorrow afternoon. Subtract 40 degrees for our highs on Saturday afternoon. And that is going to be that big temperature swing that we're talking about. We kind of level things off here as we get into the middle part of next week, last couple of days of February. Next Wednesday is meteorological spring, everybody. So this is the last week of meteorological winter, and we're going to have all of it basically as we go through the next few days. May see a few showers on Saturday, and even some of those showers could be of the snowflake variety. Patrice?
Just a wild ride. Thank you, Justin. Mayor Brandon Scott announces $11.7 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding that will go toward updating and expanding Enoch Pratt Free libraries, including the building of a new library in the Park Heights neighborhood. Pratt Library branches serve a crucial community need. The goal of the funding being invested in the library is to provide more information and educational opportunities free for all people.
With this funding, Pratt will create inviting, inspiring, private, and accessible spaces that are community-driven, prioritize innovation, and promote entrepreneurship, and are the launchpad for our communities.
The construction of a new Enoch Pratt Free Library in Park Heights will be the system's first new branch in over 15 years. That new facility in Northwest Baltimore will replace the old Pimlico branch, which closed more than 22 years ago. Ethical concerns are being raised around a vaccine bill. In our next half hour, why that new bill is already being pulled. And an art gallery at the Gordon Center offers you a one-of-a-kind art experience for free. Next, you're going to meet the young artist who is being recognized nationally for her remarkable artwork. 8:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:26. A Maryland local artist is bringing her work inspired by the anti-Semitism and racism that she felt growing up to the Peggy and Yale Gordon Center for the Performing Arts. Artist Juliet Gilden is joining us live this morning with What's So Baltimore. Good morning, Juliet.
Good morning.
So tell us, we met you a little while ago, earlier this morning, but tell us what your artwork is about. We're seeing some of the pieces behind you. What inspires you?
Well, the piece behind me is a portrait of Malala, and I have done a series of iconic women. And that is one of the things that inspires me, are brave women that have done something great in the world, something brave. I definitely am inspired by that.
I'm loving what I'm seeing. I see some little girls there. I see a lot of women on the walls there. Your work has gotten national attention?
Yes, I had a show in Los Angeles for an entertainment organization that fights racism and anti-Semitism. So in that show, I painted portraits of those actresses and movie executives and had an opening for that event. I've also painted a portrait of Ruth Bader Ginsburg that was in the Washington Post shortly after her passing.
Juliet, why? Why is this important for you? Why is this your theme of most of your artwork?
Well, I grew up with a mother who was really brave and did interesting things in life. She was an artist also, and I just saw her as an example, and she intrigued me, and I guess that's, you know, where it started, those feelings started from.
That's pretty awesome, and a tribute to your mom, and I think the artwork is fabulous there. Is that going to be for sale at the Gordon when people come out?
Yeah,
Okay,
everything is for sale, and yeah, thanks. And I'm having an opening or actually a reception for it on February 26th, so this Sunday at 12:30 at the Gordon Center.
All right, we're going to talk to you one more time this morning, and we'll get more information about the reception then. Thank you so much, Juliet. Well, if you do want more information about getting out there, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. A temperature roller coaster ride is on the way through this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking tomorrow's potential record high day that could end up at almost 80 degrees. All that's coming up.
Concern from parents continue over their state college savings plans. Coming up, how state leaders are now getting in the fight for answers. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 8:32. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, the warm up. We're going from what? Scraping windshields to laying out on the beach?
Yeah, something like that, Tom. And Patrice, good morning to you. I know we had some frosty conditions earlier this morning. Overall, that cloud cover is here and our chilly temperatures are here as well, even though that sun is up. Won't see much of the sun today. We are tracking a little bit of rain, but check these numbers. 41 in Cockeysville and at Hunt Valley right now, 42 in Joppatown, and mid-40s for Essex and Middle River down through Dundalk, out through Sparrows Point and Edgemere as well. 45 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. If you do want to get out for a run or a jog, I'd say the next hour and a half you should be good to go, and you should stay dry because the rain doesn't really pick up until about 10 o'clock this morning. And then as we say our next 3 days, upper 40s for today. We jump to the upper 70s tomorrow and then back to the lower 50s on Friday. So not much to do except just kind of hang on for the ride, Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We have a 4-vehicle crash here on 695's the inner loop before Reichstown Road. I was just looking at the smartboard. We had some of the flashing lights there. Reichstown Road closing the 2 right traffic lanes in the shoulder. Traffic moving pretty much at a standstill. It's stop and go right around that curve.
You don't think that these families have a right to know what's going on with their money? How can parents trust this state agency that won't even answer their questions? So you're not taking questions again?
Correct.
And why aren't you taking questions?
Abby over there has a statement.
A statement, or will she answer my questions?
Continuing coverage this morning after months of trying to gain clarity about Maryland's embattled college saving fund and getting no answers, Maryland's new state treasurer is pledging to get answers, though, for parents.
Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year following an interest calculation error.
Now, today, lawmakers will hear concerns over the savings program.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with those concerns from parents who say the error has been costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, parents dealing with this, Patrice, tell us it's been a never-ending nightmare, and they are now taking those concerns once again to lawmakers in Annapolis today. In fact, one parent is taking his frustrations out with a new radio ad. Let's listen to that.
Are they paying that?
No, they're not.
But they promised.
Yes, they did.
If you are one of the 27,000 Maryland prepaid college trust policyholders, it's time to act.
So again, you can hear that call to action there. Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. That error causing the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts, and ultimately it slashed many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now Maryland's new state treasurer, Derek Davis, is promising to get answers. In fact, before a joint session of the General Assembly yesterday, he said enough is enough.
I'm not promising to be nice about it, and I'm not promising to be polite about it. We've tried that. We've tried that for 18 months, and it hasn't worked. And now it's time to do what needs to be done. Our parents, and more importantly, our children deserve better, and they're going to get better.
And again, so many families have come forward with stories about how their savings have dropped by tens of thousands of dollars. Again, their testimonies will be heard today in Annapolis by lawmakers. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has been following the issues with the Maryland 529 for months. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, in other session 2023 coverage, State Senator Cheryl Kagan's investment is raising ethical concerns over Senate Bill 378. Now, the bill would have lowered the age for Maryland minors to get a vaccine without parental consent from 18 down to 14 years old. However, those under 14 could still receive vaccines on their own with just a doctor's approval. No parents necessary. The legislation also states, though, while a child can consent to a vaccine despite their parents' objection, a child cannot refuse a vaccine when their parents want them to receive it.
So this isn't really about medical freedom. This is about
pushing vaccines and really making it easier to get a vaccine rather than not getting the vaccine.
Fox 45 News has reached out to Senator Kagan's office questioning the reasoning behind this bill. We have not heard back.
Making headlines this morning, an update in the federal trial against Marilyn Mosby. A federal court has dropped contempt of court charges against A. Scott Bolden, a former attorney for Mosby. He was facing the charge for comments that he made while representing the former state's attorney. Bolden was admonished in court, but a judge dismissed the charge. Last month, all 6 attorneys for the former state's attorney stepped down. Marilyn Mosby is now represented by a public defender and is expected to stand trial on 4 federal charges this fall.
Severe weather in some parts of the U.S. right now affecting many people's travel plans. Just ahead, the flight cancellations we're seeing this morning from BWI. Oh, and here at home, though, record-setting warm-up is headed our way, but how long will that last?
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is telling us how to prepare for the rest of the week and how to work around all those up and down temperatures. 8:38 is the time.
Welcome back, everybody. 8:40 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. Clouds, that sun is up, but we won't see much of the sun today. We are tracking more of those rain showers coming in over the next couple of hours. So that's where we're going to see the late morning showers and then that record warmth as we head into Thursday. So those temperatures are going to stay above average. Grab the jacket. They're going to be near average today and also have that umbrella ready just in case as you run into some of those showers as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Nothing like what folks are seeing west of us, right, Tom?
Yeah, in fact, we're going to take you right now. We're tracking that severe weather from the Live Center. Minneapolis could see the greatest 3-day snowfall more than 30 years. You're taking a live look right there. Kind of doesn't look like too much snow. If it was really heavy, you wouldn't even be able to see down to these roadways here. FlightAware, though, already showing more than 1,200 cancellations. Try and get that here in just a little bit, where the numbers could increase. Minneapolis, Chicago, Denver, Salt Lake City airports all feeling the impacts of this storm this morning. In fact, here is the FlightAware taking a look at this. Total cancellations within the U.S. right now today is at 1,000. That's lower than it was yesterday, but complete cancellations today all across 1,800 here. A lot of these because of the storm. New video just into a live center showing some snow coming down in Idaho overnight. Snow amounts in the valley locations could reach about a foot of snow. Places like Park City, Utah, in the mountains, they can get 2 to 3 feet, raising the avalanche danger there. And you know, Seattle just had an avalanche where 3 hikers were killed. 1 survived, telling them all about it. That happened just yesterday. There's a massive storm system with impacts from Portland, Oregon, all the way across the state or the nation to Portland, Maine. There are blizzard warnings for parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota. Just east of the Twin Cities, Minnesota's governor declaring a state of emergency. The National Weather Service is saying this snowstorm will be in the top 5 for many parts of Minnesota. All right, now to sports. Todd Monken has officially been introduced as the Ravens' new offensive coordinator. Coming up, what he had to say in regards to trying to re-sign their former MVP quarterback, Lamar Jackson. TikTok has more than 1 billion monthly active users, and critics are saying the app might know a little bit too much about you. Just ahead, how you can avoid the social media app tracking your personal data. Time now, 8:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (8:45), and yeah, what's happening? The Chinese surveillance balloon. We've been talking about that for weeks now, but it's no more. There are ways that China is still spying on you, and it could be right through your phone. Christopher Alexander is a U.S. Army veteran and now works with Liberty Blockchain, and he has a technologies company in Washington, D.C. area. Christopher, well, let's talk about this. We're talking about TikTok, and, you know, it's a social media app. You look on TikTok, my daughter has it, and you start looking through it, and you're like, just a bunch of kids dancing or doing weird videos.
It seems that way, and in lower times of conflict or in peacetime, it's something the Chinese use as a surveillance tool. If we have an escalation in tensions, if there's a greater conflict, it actually can become a weapon used in information warfare by the Chinese.
Well, so then is it a threat, really? I mean, because how can they use a bunch of kids, like, doing some kind of silly videos? How can that turn into, though? Like, how would they be able to take that information and say, okay, we can use this against you?
Sure, it's a benign threat right now, and that's the findings that the intelligence community had. But, if you work for the Department of Defense, for example, you can't have it on a Department of Defense phone. What they've done is they've put a bunch of vulnerabilities in the phone that they can take advantage of. It's always collecting and listening. They can turn the phone on when it's off and listen to you. They can pull anything that you cut and paste off of your clipboard. They pull anything on that phone, basically they're able to pull it off. They file it, they bin it, and then they wait to see if they can use it or connect it into a bigger network.
All right, and we've heard that many times. So these apps where they're always constantly listening to you, people joke about it. They're like, I was just mentioning it, and then I look at another social media app, and boom, an ad comes up for that. So people are saying they're not always listening, and they don't care. What's the matter if they are or if they're not? You're saying they are always listening.
They are, and I think anyone listening, it's important to understand. Google, the internet, it's a giant tool for understanding you so that marketers can advertise and persuade you. And malign actors like the Chinese, the Iranians, and the Russians are going to look to persuade you in very different ways or even affect your finances, your public safety, or any range of other issues.
You see a lot of videos on social media saying how you can kind of up your privacy on these devices. They say, click here, click here, click here, but you really don't want to go because who is this person that's telling me it's somebody online? I don't want to do that. But a lot of people say, look, read your terms and conditions, but we all just scroll it seems like 300 pages and just click I accept at the end.
Yeah, I don't know how you kind of defeat that. It's difficult. I think the key is limit your use to things that you really need, and make sure that you don't take pictures of your passwords and keep them on the phone or store your passwords anywhere on the phone, because that's one of the first things they can look to intercept information from.
Banking safe on phones? Last question for you.
It's safe, but it's not safe when you store your passwords incorrectly or you download an app like TikTok, because it provides backdoors where they might have other access.
Christopher Alexander, Liberty Blockchain, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
All right, we're still in winter, right, but feeling a lot more like spring. Even tomorrow may feel more like summer. We have our Weather Authority team coverage, not so average winter. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax outside in it. She's looking at how lack of cold this winter could actually be dangerous for this year's blooms. And let's not even mention the insects that'll be flourishing this summer. First, though, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at this week's temperature roller coaster.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. And that's what we're taking a look at here. Those temperatures that have definitely been colder for this morning. This is a lot closer to what we typically see in February after our above average days. Last couple of days, we've been in the 60s. We're in the 40s right now. Steady temperatures today, only mid to upper 40s. Not going to really rise too much with our highs this afternoon. And we are still tracking some late morning showers before that record warmth rolls in for tomorrow. This is our HD radar right now, watching some of the showers. Nothing here in Baltimore City or County, but just to the south. South of D.C., you're starting to see a little bit of rain pickup. That's also to the south and west of Frederick, over toward Hagerstown. In western Maryland, we've seen a little bit of a wintry mix, but the further north you go, we are seeing some snow showers in central Pennsylvania, so just be aware of that. But all part of this larger weather maker, this warm front that is to the south of us. Out ahead of that is why we're going to see the rain showers today. And you can see this is causing a lot of problems throughout the country with a historic potential blizzard across the northern tier states and back through the west coast, and then severe weather possible. That's happening now. Oklahoma City and Dallas, that's where we're seeing some thunderstorms at this time. This is a look at the hourly future scan. Next couple of hours, rain showers will start to get going. Just kind of a steady rain from about 10 a.m. through about, I'd say, noon or 1 o'clock, pushing out of here after that. And for the afternoon, we're not really going to track much more in the way of rain. We'll have the clouds that'll kind of stick around. So Hank the bird, yeah, he's not super excited about that. He's excited about all those bugs and worms and things he's going to get, but mid to upper 40s as we head toward the afternoon on your bird is the word cast. So temperatures this time of year in the mid to upper 40s, and that's where we are going to end up for our afternoon highs today. Taking a look at that 7-day forecast, this is what we've been talking about. Windy conditions tomorrow and warmer temperatures by some 30 degrees. The record high is 78. We should break that into tomorrow afternoon and hit 79. 53 on Friday, only 39 on Saturday, and we could see some showers even in the form of some wintry precipitation for some of us Saturday afternoon. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is from Ruth, and that is the doggy right there walking in Parkville. And you can actually see the daffodils off in the distance right there. So thank you for sending that picture in, Ruth. We appreciate it. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen. Let's get out to our Weather Authority team meteorologist Jasmine Lomax out in Patterson Park talking about how the lack of a chill could actually impact that fruit harvest. Good morning, Jasmine.
Good morning, Justin. Yeah, that's right. We're here at Patterson Park this morning, and it's very active as people enjoy a mild morning. We've got a very active dog park, many people walking and running around, but this mild morning and the mild temperatures that we've been dealing with actually have an impact on trees and nuts locally. And of course, one of Maryland's biggest fruit crops is the apple. Apple trees and other fruit and nut trees need a period of dormancy to have the optimal results for yielding crop, mainly in the fall. Now, fruit and nut trees need chilling hours for dormancy, and that varies from apple to apple, Gala apples, Honeycrisp apples, etc. Coming up, we'll talk a little more about some of the apple varieties and why chilling is so important for them. Live from Patterson Park, I'm Jasmine Lomax. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Like them apples, right? The Ravens officially introducing their new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken. Monken led the nation's best offensive college football team last season at the University of Georgia in yards and points. Yeah, Bulldog. He's also coming off back-to-back national titles with them. Monken says the opportunity with the Ravens was one he just couldn't pass up.
I want to be someplace where structure, organization, great on defense from top to bottom. And everywhere I talked to, and everybody I talked to, said, you want to be a Baltimore Raven.
Now, many are questioning whether or not, though, rebuilding the offense will include number 8, quarterback Lamar Jackson. It's a big question. Here's what Monken had to say about that concern.
I count on Eric and John. They're best in the business. They're going to take care of anything that has to do with any player, not just Lamar. Sure, any player that's part of a roster where you're going into, you have an interest of what the roster is going to look like. You know, he's got an elite skill set. I mean, it's obvious when you watch him on film. I mean, the things he can do with the football.
Yeah, it's incredible. He went on to say he's an underrated passing quarterback, but Monken also says he's had no contact with Jackson or any other player on the Ravens roster before taking this agreement. When it comes to Jackson's contract status, the tag window is officially open. The Ravens now have 2 weeks to put a franchise tag on that man right there, Jackson. You can cheer on the Ravens from the sidelines. Stroud opportunities open to everyone, but it's only for a short time. A 9-year-old girl bringing smiles to people battling cancer just ahead. Learn why she started K's Caps and what you can do to help her out. One way that you can help out your Wednesday morning cooler start right now is a hot cup of coffee. It's time for a coffee break. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about iced coffee. Topping your morning business report, United Airlines trying to be more eco-friendly. The airline just announced it's opening a sustainable flight fund to help boost efforts to back sustainable aviation fuel production. Now, sustainable aviation fuel comes from a number of different sources, possibly including plant-based products that can be mixed in with traditional petroleum-based fuel. The fund starting with a $100 million investment from other corporate partners like JPMorgan Chase, Honeywell, and Air Canada. Walmart is warning of a slowdown this year as high inflation takes its toll on sales. Walmart noted more customers buying its private label brands, and more higher income households are shopping for groceries and essentials at their stores. In a sales report Tuesday, Walmart executives said they're forecasting slower sales and profit growth and expect the year ahead will be more challenging. Walmart recently announced, though, it will raise its minimum wage from $12 to $14 an hour amid a tight labor market. And for its part, Home Depot says it plans to boost pay and benefits for frontline hourly workers by $1 billion this year. The home improvement company did not say how much of a pay raise the average hourly worker would end up getting. Home Depot has more than 430,000 hourly workers throughout the U.S. Starbucks adding olive oil to its newest drinks. You heard it right. Coffee chain is introducing a new line of drinks made with a spoonful of extra virgin olive oil. Now, Starbucks will make the new beverages available on its cafes in Italy this week. See how it goes there. Then versions will then hit Southern California this spring. Starbucks says the drinks will eventually go global sometime this year. And if we are being honest, back pain is an absolute worst. You cannot relax, sleep comfortably. Nick Caldrano is here to help find some relief at a special money-saving price. He has America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Work, the gym, kids, pets, running around all day with errands. I don't know about you, but by the end of all that, the end of the day, my back hurts. I can feel it, and I know you can too. Let me show you a product that will ease your back pain, but still keep you on the go. This is the Calming Heat Back Wrap. It's wearable, super comfortable, and totally customizable. It has 9 different settings, all available right here on the remote control, including, get this, heat, level 1 right there, vibration, and my favorite, the lumbar support. Right now, this thing is inflating against my lower back, almost like a blood pressure cuff, and easing my low back pain. It works for me. I bet it will work for you. I've struggled with back pain for years, and airline seats send me into spasms almost every time I fly. But now, I don't worry about that because I wear this thing on the plane, and I arrive at my destination virtually pain-free. It works, and it can work for you too. Right now, we're offering an exclusive 35% off the Calming Heat Back Wrap. Seriously, take advantage of this offer right now. Head to asadeals.com. Your back will thank you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers. Today, a little bit cooler. Tomorrow, it's going to be hot. Can we say hot? We compare to 40 degrees.
We can say hot.
I mean, when you're almost 80 and some of us will be in 80, yeah, I mean, go ahead. Just do it. Whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Mother Nature does whatever she wants. She's like, oh, it's February.
Every place I've ever lived, they always say, oh, you don't like the weather? Wait 30 minutes. I've heard that in every place I've ever lived.
No matter what city you live in the entire world. They're like, oh, just wait 30 minutes. The weather will change, and weatherman's always wrong. Whatever. All right, here's our downtown Baltimore camera. A lot of cloud cover out there as we are seeing some cooler conditions right now. Those numbers are mainly in the 40s. This is a lot closer to February averages for this time of the morning. 41 Owens Mills, 43 Rosedale, 45 your temp in Dundalk, up through Essex and Middle River. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, just know that rain, it's rolling in. It's getting closer to us, so we'll probably have some rain even toward the end of this hour, but definitely as we head into the 10 and 11 o'clock hour this morning. Highs today, not much warmer than we are right now. Only upper 40s this afternoon, and yeah, those are the upper 70s we're talking about for tomorrow, and then we fall back off on Friday. Closer look at that full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. Yeah, and hopefully the commute is easing up. Look at this. No problems here, except for we have a 4-vehicle crash, 695's inner loop, just before Reisterstown Road. But that's been cleaned up because you can see the camera there. There's still a little bit of residual delays there as you see some of the markers around the area, the yellow and the inner loop there, right at 795 when it's coming in. But it's been moved off to the side. Tow trucks have cleaned it up, and now you're just seeing a little bit of what's left behind.
9:02. We begin this morning in counties under pressure, taking a live look over the Towson Circle, where nearby residents are reeling after someone shot and killed a 17-year-old just steps away from that roundabout.
Now, 2 elected leaders are taking very different stances on what is actually happening in the area.
These are violent crimes, consistent violent crime throughout Maryland. But it's coming into Towson, and it's causing complete chaos.
We're going to do all that we can to make sure that Towson remains the safe place that it is. We welcome all people to visit Towson. It is a vibrant, bustling community.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from Towson this morning.
And Shannon has what they're saying will hopefully combat this violence there, or at least what leaders are coming up with, right, Shannon?
Yeah, exactly, Tom. This morning, security is actually tighter in this area to try to prevent this from happening again. In fact, that shooting that left a 17-year-old dead, well, it happened just steps from where we are here, right there along Delaware Avenue. We're told that it happened right in the middle of the road. And you can also see just how close this is to the Towson Circle, which is just down the street here. It's that busy roundabout where many people travel every single day. And it's all part of a wave of violence that county leaders are now trying to stop. In fact, in the past 3 weeks, another shooting, a stabbing, and 3 rapes happened just feet away from the Towson Circle here. So we asked County Executive Johnny Ostrowski if enough is being done to stop this violence.
Until we stop crime, we've never done enough. If you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, we're going to find you, we're going to arrest you.
The county executive also saying that more officers, as I mentioned, have already been assigned to patrol this area. He also says that other resources are being discussed, which include using public dollars to pay for private security. Now, meanwhile, Tom and Patrice, it will likely take a while for this area to fully recover from all this violence.
Shannon, do police know what the motive was for this latest incident?
So the motive is still unclear at this point, Patrice, but they have indicated, or county leaders have indicated that that this could come down to a disagreement between 2 rival groups that unfortunately did lead to that death of the 17-year-old. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Brookfield Property owns the Towson Town Center and implements a youth chaperone policy there. The company is considering bringing that same policy to the mall in Columbia, following a string of fights and brawls at that mall. It also requested beefed up police presence in the Columbia Mall.
We want to hear from you. Do you feel safe in Towson? 92% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Well, also happening in Baltimore County, take a moment to look at your screen. Police need your help finding this missing 15-year-old. He's Isaiah Bryant and was last seen yesterday in the Dundalk area. Isaiah is 6'2", about 160 pounds, with dreaded hair, and was last seen wearing a white polo and khaki pants. Anyone with information, you're asked to contact or call 911. And also, you can call that number right there on the bottom of your screen. That's 410-307-2020. Well, new this morning, firefighters fought a massive fire at Washington Boulevard and Audubon Street here in Baltimore City. This happening right around 5 o'clock. You see the ladder right up on one of those units. There was 2 involved. Baltimore City Fire Department told a photographer who was at the scene they're investigating what caused it. It did affect 2 commercial buildings with at least 3 businesses involved. We'll bring more information on air and online when we learn more.
9:06, and turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Maryland State Senators vote to confirm Vincent Schiraldi as the new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Schiraldi, who most recently oversaw the Corrections Department in New York City, has been the target of criticism. At one time, he suggested that no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or 25 years of age. Schiraldi standing by his views last week, telling the Senate committee that his philosophy centers around healing rather than punishing. Opponents have called his strategies regarding juvenile justice dangerous for Maryland.
Frankly, the policy influence here in Annapolis seems to all be about
how can we not be too hard on the criminal behavior? And while, of course, we want to rehabilitate youth, there is not enough of an emphasis on actual discipline and accountability and consequences for criminal behavior.
Governor Moore has released a statement saying that he remains confident in Schiraldi and says the new secretary will work to improve public safety and outcomes for youth, not only in Baltimore, but throughout the state.
9:07, and it is President Biden's last day in Poland. What's been a historic trip ahead of Friday's one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. National correspondent
Atra Al-Nashar joins us from Capitol Hill with how the president plans to accomplish what he plans to accomplish before he leaves. Atra.
Hey, good morning. So at this very minute, the president is meeting with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and the Bucharest Nine. That's a group made up of leaders of Central and Eastern NATO countries. On the eastern flank is how you often hear their region described. And their goal right now in this meeting that they're having is to set the agenda for their July meeting in Lithuania with all of NATO. And the direction of Russia's war in Ukraine is bringing especially high stakes for the Bucharest Nine countries because they're geographically closest to Ukraine and where it's feared Putin could go next if he took Ukraine. Now, President Biden continues to say this war has tested NATO's alliance. This morning, we're hearing Lithuania will be asking the President Biden, for the U.S. to step up its involvement in Europe and provide even more aid to Ukraine. And we'll keep you updated. Like I said, the president is in this meeting right now. He just finished up his welcoming remarks. But there are some key players in the NATO alliance talking to the president right now, who just announced another aid package when he did that surprise visit to Ukraine. But like I said, many in the Bucharest Nine want to see the U.S. Step up even more.
Asha, there's been chatter, too, about possible World War III here, because in Moscow, Putin and Russian officials are meeting with China's top diplomat. What's the latest there?
Right. And, you're hearing, Cold War mentality being floated around, certainly troubling. Now, Putin, just in the last couple of hours, said that the relationship between Russia and China is, quote, reaching new milestones. Now, the countries have previously described their tie as one that has no limits. China Foreign Affairs Minister Wang Yi making this trip to Moscow is viewed as sort of setting the stage for a meeting between Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping, according to reporting by the Wall Street Journal. And there are huge concerns about China and Russia getting closer at this time. The Biden administration announcing that there's intelligence indicating China is seriously weighing providing Russia with lethal aid. And ties between the U.S. and China, meanwhile, are deteriorating following the surveillance balloon incident earlier this month and Yi's thinly veiled criticism of the U.S. during a speech that he delivered to the Munich Security Conference last weekend. In that and comments we heard just a couple of hours ago, both China and Moscow placing the blame on the U.S. and its allies for, quote, adding fuel to the fire. I do want to note, just in the last couple of minutes as President Biden was entering that meeting with the Bucharest Nine, he was asked about Russia suspending its participation in the New START treaty, and President Biden called that a huge mistake. Back to you.
All right, Atra Al-Nashar live in Washington. Thank you.
9:10 now. We want to get another check with your traffic and your weather, especially the weather, really.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and we're in for one.
We sure are. Wild ride continues. Yes, 60s last 2 days, 40s today, even some rain showers. No rain right now. Our Towson traffic circle nice and dry at this time. But statewide, we're definitely seeing colder temperatures in western Maryland with low to mid 30s. Most of us here in central Maryland along the Chesapeake in the low to mid and upper 40s at this hour. So as you head out the door, if you haven't already, grab the jacket and have the umbrella because we'll be tracking those showers moving in over the next couple of hours. We'll take you hour by hour through that rain and let you know when it's out of here and what we can expect for our record possible day tomorrow.
All right, Justin, thank you. Frustration is growing surrounding Maryland's 529 savings plan, how one man is using billboards in the radio to get his message across, and the lawmaker who is determined to help parents get answers.
Oh, and we are bringing joy and warmth to those who need it most. In fact, right now, a little girl is getting mic'd up. She's making an enormous impact right in her community. We'll meet her and find out exactly all that she is doing. There she is. Look at that smile. You can get to meet her here in just a couple minutes. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:14 in today's bright spot. She may be little, but she wants to make a big impact on the world by putting smiles on people's faces. And joining us live in studio this morning to tell us more about K's Caps is Kaylee Milano, the creator and president of K's Caps, right here, and her mother, Amanda. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning.
All right, so Mom, let me start with you. Tell me about K's Caps.
This little girl, I was learning to crochet, so I started by making hats, and I just kept making hat after hat after hat, and my husband looked at me and goes, what are we doing with all of them?
Sounds like a husband.
Exactly. So her bright idea was to give them to people to make them smile.
Oh, awesome.
So we started, and I posted it out there for people if they wanted to help, and it went crazy.
So Kaylee, what made you think of giving this away to sick kids and trying to get smiles from people?
Because when I see kids or people that are happy, it makes me happy.
Oh, we need more little Kayleys like you in the world. That is a good thing. So how long have you guys been doing this?
Honestly, only about a month and a half.
And so how many hats, Kaylee, have you seen in that time? Oh, her eyes got big. I'm guessing that means a lot.
How many have we donated so far, Kaylee?
200.
About 200.
So when you donate them, what do? Do you go to hospitals? Tell me about that experience, Kaylee.
When we donate them to hospitals, and
do you get to see people at the hospitals actually using them, putting them on, or are you able to give that to them and then they disperse?
We give it to them and they give it to the people who need it, because a lot of the kids are sick.
Right, and you can't get that.
We don't want to.
Right. And so your goal is to just keep doing this, keep collecting more and more. Yeah. So how do you, I told her, I said, do you make the hats? And she said, no, she doesn't make them, but she has the harder job. You have to go out and, get people to make the hats and send them to you, because Mom, you don't do all the hats by yourself anymore.
No, I can't do all this many.
So when you tell people, Kaylee, that you want them to make hats for you, what's your sales pitch? What do you say to people?
What do you say to get people to send you hats?
She's like, look at me, I'm cute and we're doing something good. Send me a hat.
It's exactly it. She wants to her goal was to get into every hospital in the United States.
So. And so how many have you done? How many hospitals?
So far we've got 3. Okay. We've done Ronald McDonald, Sinai, and Mount Washington.
Oh my goodness. Do you know what a big thing you're doing here, Kaylee?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you. So if people want to, send you hats or send you, what do you need? Do you need donations to make more hats, or what do you need?
So right now we actually have a GoFundMe for her 501c or 501(c)(3).
Oh, we're going big with this.
She wants to be a legitimate foundation, and we also have our P.O. box if people want to send hats, because we could use as many hats as people are willing to send.
How do they get in touch with you?
There's a Facebook page that has all the information and has the P.O. box and how to get a hold of us.
What's the name of the Facebook page?
K's Caps, with both K's.
K's Caps, just like this.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Thank you so
Kaylee,
much.
very nice to meet you. And Kaylee said this is her favorite one, the Pokemon hat right here. All right, we got to send it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. One of these hats will look good on you.
Kaylee, can you bring me over that Pokemon hat?
Oh, here you go.
Come on.
Can you
over
take
the
him?
weather wall.
Go ahead.
Let me see it.
And watch
those
the
cords. Come on.
Go ahead.
Come on. It's all right. Come on over. Boop, 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 boop. It's like a really big studio. Come on over here. Hi, thank you very much. You don't have to give it to me, but you want to look over there and say hi to everybody? See that big camera right there? That's really cool. Can you put it on and model it for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on. Let's see what's going on. Easy. I know you got these big things in your head. Stretch it out and put it on your head. I got a big head too, so I don't want to stretch it out. So
there you go. There you go.
Look at that. Boom. Boom.
She's like, this wasn't meant for my.
There you go. Look at that. Can you give me a high five? Boom. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. She's great. She just helped me do the weather with her little cap there. Thanks for being here, ladies. And thank you as well for being here as we are into your Wednesday. It is the middle part of the week, which means it's hump day, the final hump day of February, next Wednesday, March 1st. That's meteorological spring, even though Mother Nature, I don't know, tell her it's spring because we've seen these above average numbers. Now 47, that's your current temperature at BWI. We are going to see temperatures that will be much more like February for today, but we are tracking some of those showers here. Look at our HD radar down through D.C., all the way down into Dale City and just south of Baltimore, possibly a few showers right around Annapolis. You're seeing a little bit of that wet weather moving in up into Frederick and Gaithersburg, back to Hagerstown. Snow showers in areas in central Pennsylvania from Altoona over there north of Lancaster at this time. This is all that system that is ahead of the warm front, and you go back even further in Pittsburgh, Detroit, talking about that mixed precipitation. We don't want any of that. We want the green here, and that's what we're going to see today. And this is a very dynamic weather maker. I mean, the entire country, at least some form of it, is affected some way because we are seeing some of those severe thunderstorms, Wichita and OKC down through Dallas, and then all of that snow in the northern tier states back into the West Coast. Possible blizzard warnings in parts of L.A. I was reading that the Hollywood sign can actually see snow in the mountains of L.A. for this upcoming weekend. All right, our hourly future scan, we're tracking the rain here. Next couple of hours, that's what we're going to see. So you'll see these off and on showers. Taking you through noon, though, looks like the rain pretty much getting out of here, and we're not going to see rain all day today. We will keep the clouds around and our temperatures that are going to stay mainly in the 40s. So really not changing too much, kind of steady temps in the mid to upper 40s for the afternoon. The average this time of year is 48, and we're going to be very close to that number. Now, tomorrow, way different story. We're waking up warmer. We'll wake up in the 40s and 50s, and we're going to jump close to 80 degrees with that wind on your Thursday afternoon. Lower 50s Friday, and then look what happens on Saturday. 40 degrees colder than Thursday's highs, only in the upper 30s. Back to you.
Calling all dancers, gymnasts, musicians, and more. Ravens Nation wants you to be part of the flock. Still ahead at our next half hour, how you can apply to be part of the team.
Oh, and Ravens Nation is also bringing attention to animals in need for a home. The event where you can meet Ravens general manager and maybe pick up a puppy or kitten or, you know, play football with this one right here. My goodness, yeah, ready to go.
Aw, look at that.
That's a great shot. Look at this. My goodness. Come on now. Should have seen during the commercial break trying to control it. Brittany, you're doing a great job right here. This Saturday, enjoy an evening food, drink, dancing, live music, honoring Baltimore Ravens and benefiting Maryland SPCA and Lucy's Community Fund.
Yeah, joining us live this morning in studio, Brittany, Roger, but more importantly, Blue Magoo, who is out there and just wants all of the pets and everything. Brittany, good morning. Tell us about what we can expect to see coming up on this great event this weekend.
Well, we're going to have Ravens GM Eric DaCosta there. We're also going to have our mascot therapy pet, Knox.
Okay.
And we're going to be serving food and drink, supporting the Lucy Community Fund, which keeps pets in their home.
Nice.
So that they don't have to come into the shelter, hence the No Place Like Home theme.
Well, and that's really big because the SPCA can fill up, and then all of a sudden you're saying, okay, come get these pets, where you can keep them in the home because people will, donate them or basically have to give up their pets because they can't afford them.
Yes, so the cost of pet care can get unpredictable, and it can be difficult for different zip codes to have access to certain types of care. So Blue came in stray from the city, so we didn't have the opportunity to keep Blue in her home.
Yeah.
But we do have the opportunity to keep pets in their loving homes by providing vaccines.
Gives you more space then to care for the ones that are stray.
Exactly, so we have more space for the strays.
Now, do you still have tickets available? And if so, where can people buy them?
We do at mdspca.org. There's no
jumping, Blue. Sorry.
And the question now comes down to M&T Bank Stadium is behind us right now. We're showing it's all about Ravens and the pets. What do we wear and what should we expect? How long is this event?
Great question. It's from 6 to 10 and it is cocktail casual.
Oh, I like cocktail
casual.
Do we have that, Tom?
I don't know. I used to have clubbing clothes. My wife used to give me.
Don't
you don't have any clubbing clothes. Yeah.
And also, if people make a huge donation to the Maryland SPCA, are they allowed to ask the GM questions about Lamar Jackson?
I would hope so.
Okay. Because, I mean, you know what I mean?
Just like it's the only thing that matters.
I mean, yeah, we want to know about Lamar, but we want to pay and we want to donate to Maryland SPCA. That's Blue right there, ladies and gentlemen. You're my boy, Blue, even though you're a girl. Blue Magoo. Thank you very much, Brittany, for being here with the Maryland SPCA. It looks like it should be a great event.
Great event, great day to walk the dog, but tomorrow, even better to be outside with.
We'll get Blue out there prancing in the sunlight because we've got a lot of clouds here out there today. So kind of a blue grayish day right now. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up in a few.
Concern continues from parents over their state college savings plans. Coming up, how state leaders are getting in the fight for answers. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly where we are on this roller coaster ride of the weather, right? Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, 80 to possibly tomorrow.
Possibly, yeah, because this is where we were yesterday and Monday. We're like this, and then now here's today, and then tomorrow it's it's not all the anticipation. You're like, oh my gosh, and then right back down again as we free fall into the weekend. So that's what we're looking at. Right now, we're looking at the Inner Harbor. Beautiful shot there, Rash Park. Man, tomorrow, good day for volleyball out there, or maybe a run up Fed Hill or around the area. But overall, in the next couple of hours, we're going to deal with that rain. So we're starting to see just a few sprinkles develop in some areas at this time. And really, between about 10 and noon, that's going to be our prime opportunity for getting any of that rain. So overall, for the afternoon, the rain's done. We're only talking about a couple-hour period that I just mentioned. Upper 40s today, those temps a lot closer to average. And then, yeah, tomorrow close to 80 degrees in the afternoon. It's going to be windy. However, we will see the potential record-breaking numbers. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, let's look at what's happening in our Lynn Stoller traffic network and drive times at this hour. Not so bad. Pretty good. You're in the yellow, but you're only a minute or two above what you would normally go. So looking good on the roads.
You don't think that these families have a right to know what's going on with their money? How can parents trust this state agency that won't even answer their questions? So you're not taking questions again?
Correct.
And why aren't you taking questions?
Patty over there has a statement.
A statement, or will she answer my questions?
And she did not answer her questions. Continuing coverage this morning after months of trying to gain some clarity about Maryland's embattled college savings fund, Maryland's new state treasurer pledging to get answers for parents.
Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year following an interest calculation error.
Today, lawmakers will hear concerns over the savings program.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with those concerns from parents who say this error has been costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, parents dealing with this, Patrice, tell us it's like a never-ending nightmare. And now they are taking those concerns once again to lawmakers in Annapolis. In fact, one parent is taking out his frustrations by making a new radio ad. Let's listen to that.
Are they paying that?
No, they're not.
But they promised.
Yes, they did.
If you are one of the 27,000 Maryland prepaid college trust policyholders, it's time to act.
So you can hear that call to action there. Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. And that error caused the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts. And it ultimately slashed many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now Maryland's new state treasurer, Derek Davis, is promising to get answers. In fact, before a joint session of the General Assembly yesterday, he said enough is enough.
I'm not promising to be nice about it, and I'm not promising to be polite about it. We've tried that. We've tried that for 18 months, and it hasn't worked. And now it's time to do what needs to be done. Our parents, and more importantly, our children deserve better, and they're going to get better.
And so many parents have come forward with stories about how their savings have dropped by tens of thousands of dollars. Again, their testimonies will be heard in Annapolis today. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News has been following the issues with Maryland 529 for months now. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
9:34 now on this Wednesday morning. We're tracking severe weather from our live center here. Minneapolis could see the greatest three-day snowfall in more than 30 years. Take a live look from it right now. Just a little dusting. It's just about to get hit. FlightAware also, this is the impact here that we're seeing across the nation here. FlightAware saying already it was 1,004. Now it's up to 1,046 flights canceled across the U.S. That number is going to keep increases, and we were just showing you Minneapolis, also Chicago, Denver, Salt Lake City. Their airports all feeling the impacts of the storm this morning. Now, new video just into the live center this morning showing snow coming down in in Idaho right there overnight. Snow amounts in the valley locations, they can reach up to about a foot of snow. Places like Park City, Utah, in the mountains, they can get 2 to 3 feet of snow here just from this one storm, raising the avalanche danger there because, you know, in Seattle, they just had an avalanche at the beginning of this storm, and it killed 3 hikers there, with one who was able to ride it out and then tell everyone about it. This is a massive storm system with impacts from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine. There are blizzard warnings for parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota just east of the Twin Cities. Minnesota's governor declaring a state of emergency. The National Weather Service is saying this snowstorm will be in the top 5 for many parts of Minnesota. Luckily, we have not seen snow really at all in our region. Barely anything, right? In fact, it hasn't really felt like winter in our region. That could actually be dangerous, though, for a lot of our plants and change the growth in insects, especially, though, fruit and nut trees. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has been out this morning telling us about what the warmer temperatures mean for this year's upcoming bloom. Jasmine.
That's right. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, we're here at Patterson Park, and it's been a very mild morning. People have been taking advantage of that, walking around, running, playing with their dogs. But this does have an impact on the timing that we have trees budding and also on various crops. For example, we have apples. This is one of Maryland's top fruit crops, and it's important for the winter chill that we have the right hours. We've actually been seeing a steady decline in winter chill since 1981. This not only has impacts on when crops will become in season, but also on the types of crops that can be grown here. As I mentioned, apples are one of our top fruit crops, but there are several varieties out of the many that we have for apples that can be grown here in Maryland. According to the USDA, we are in Climate Zone 7. The varieties for us are Empire, Red Delicious, Honeycrisp, Macintosh, Fuji, Granny Smith, and Jonathan apples. The good news, though, is that you have other varieties of apples that need different climates. You can do things like growing crops with lower wind chill requirements or using tools like Cowland clay masks. That's something that can actually increase the chill accumulation time. And that's something that can positively impact the crops that we have. Now, as we move forward through the end of June, we're actually looking at positive growth for apples, but that could change with our mild winter as we head into the fall. From Patterson Park, I'm Jasmine Lomax. Back to you.
Coming up, we're live at the Owings Mills JCC this morning. When we come back, the new renovations at the Art Gallery, plus the exhibits coming up that you don't want to miss.
Popular Baltimore businesses coming together in one place this CIAA weekend. Still ahead, where you can shop, taste, explore, and watch some basketball this weekend. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:40, the art gallery at the Gordon Center is so Baltimore, offering you a well-rounded arts experience at their state-of-the-art entertainment venue. And some of it is for free, and some of it you're going to want to pay for because it's amazing.
Yeah, in fact, joining us right now from the Gordon Center this morning is Sarah Shalva, Chief Arts Officer, or CAO, at the JCC, telling us more about these recent renovations and all the upcoming events that you hold all year round. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. So happy to be here with you today.
All right, so for people who don't know what the Gordon is and all the things that you guys do, what is the Gordon?
The Gordon Center for Performing Arts is Baltimore County's premier theater. We have 550 seats. We also have a black box theater, and we bring in dance, theater, music, family programs throughout the year. And it's an exceptional place to gather community and to experience art.
Okay, so with all this activity going on, where do we go then? Do we go to Gordon or do we go to JCC to find out how we can get tickets throughout the year?
GordonCenter.com is where you'll find all our tickets available. And I wanted to let you know that tonight we have the Clergy Boys in concert, which is kind of like the Jersey Boys, but it's an amazing show. We also have Los Lobos coming this weekend. And then next week we have the Hipley Ballerinas, which is a combination of hip hop and ballet. Only a few tickets left for that. It's on February 28th, which is a Tuesday. And we'd love to see you all there.
Love all the fusion.
I know. So you got to go to the website because it sounds like there's like one thing after the other.
All different.
Right. You've got a variety, and that's what's going to bring people there. Sarah, thank you so much. We're going to put the information on our website as well. So if you want to get out and see the shows and events and the concerts there at the Gordon Center, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you'll find the information.
You hooked me on the Clergy Boys. I want to know about that. All right. Do you want to be on the field at M&T Bank Stadium when the Ravens play? Yes. Still ahead, how you can apply to be part of the flock. Just make sure you're wearing pads.
CIAA week is going on right now. We're in the middle of it, and Center Court wants to show you the best of Baltimore's small businesses. Up next, where you can go to shop and taste and learn more. 9:42 is the time. 9:45, this CIAA weekend, some of Baltimore's most popular businesses are coming together. We're going to get to that in a second. For a day of showcasing, shopping, and tasting all in one place.
That's deep fried bacon. That's the first thing I saw. I don't even know who any of these people are. All I'm thinking about that. I'm just kidding. Join us live in studio this morning to tell us about the Shopportunity at Center Court. Amy Ringgold, creator of Shopportunity. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me.
You said this is the 7th year.
Yes.
For Shopportunity?
Yes.
What is Shopportunity? Explain what that is.
Shopportunity is, I describe it as it's everybody's favorite pop-up mall.
Okay.
So basically, we'll have vendors there who will have lifestyle, art, fashion, beauty, all in one place. Of course, Sassy Shots will be there with the cocktails. So It's just a great environment, fun vibe, music, fun for the whole family.
And you've done that for 7 years, but this is the first time you're going to do it at CIAA weekend, which is huge.
Yes, we are so excited to be a part of Center Court. And Center Court is where we'll gather to shop, party, eat, and have fun.
Where is Center Court?
Center Court is at the historic Barnes & Noble building, 601 East Pratt Street in downtown Baltimore.
All right, very cool. Now, the vendors you said, you kind of mentioned, you got tasting, you got the Sassy Shots, you got food, you've got all sorts of fun things here. But what's some of your favorites that you've seen, or fan favorites that they like to see in Shopportunity?
Well, you already talked about it. The deep fried bacon is a hit. Jill with leftovers, she always comes with this deep fried bacon and she sells out every time.
You got to go for it, Justin.
I'm going to. I have to talk first. Now, every year you got something different. So what's like the big thing you're doing this year? I know, like Patrice mentioned, you're bringing it to the people
I
at
see candles.
CIAA.
Candles are always big.
Yeah, so we have lifestyle items. We'll have candles. This particular vendor, she also sells pillows. So if you need custom pillows, she'll also have them as well. She has great scent.
How's it smell?
I like that. That's good.
Does
it smell as good as the bacon?
Yes. Who is this vendor? I haven't seen
this is
bacon.
Image Home Interior Designs.
I like candles are big in our house, so that's a good thing.
All
All right, and talk about the dessert. Well, he goes in on the bacon. I see desserts. That's where I go.
This is one of our dessert bakers, April Core Bake Shop. She'll be there. We also have April Cheesecakes. She'll be there as well. And we have a host of other fun desserts that we're going to have.
Such a great event, too.
Go ahead and highlight the sweatshirts.
Oh, Black Heart. This is a new minority-owned business, and all of the businesses are minority. So this is even great, even much better. So she sells apparel.
Okay. Where can viewers find more info about this event going on CIAA weekend this weekend?
So you can go to www.centercourt.Baltimore, and you can log on, and it's a free event, and there are tickets there. You can just register to come.
And if you go in person, like she says, she does the cocktails.
Yes.
We use Amy for all of our events that we need cocktails for. And you can have a cocktail with the bacon.
It's delicious, isn't it?
I think that's a yes.
It's better than I thought it was going to be.
Let's send it back over to Tom now.
All right, thank you. Save some of that bacon, Justin.
I will, Tom. Don't you worry, buddy.
I appreciate it.
My gosh.
Today's number of the day from Scott Rasmussen takes a look at your checkbook. 28% of voters say their personal finances are getting better. 46% of voters also said that the U.S. is currently in a recession. However, economics and financial experts say that while there is a potential for a recession in 2023, the country is not technically currently in one. The Ravens officially introducing their new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken. Monken led the nation's best offensive college football team last season at the University of Georgia in yards and points. He also is coming off back-to-back national titles with the Bulldogs. Monken says the opportunity with the Ravens was one that he could not pass up.
I want to be someplace where structure, organization, great on defense from top to bottom. And everywhere I talked to, and everybody I talked to, said you want to be a Baltimore Raven.
Well, many are questioning whether or not rebuilding the offense will include quarterback Lamar Jackson. That's been the big question now for, I don't know, about 3 months. Here's what Monken had to say about that concern.
I count on Eric and John. They're best in the business. They're going to take care of anything that has to do with any player, not just Lamar. Sure, any player that's part of a roster where you're going into, you have an interest of what the roster is going to look like. He's got an elite skill set. I mean, it's obvious when you watch him on film. I mean, the things he can do with the football.
Yeah, he also went on to say that, Jackson is one of the least underdog throwing quarterbacks there, is underrated. Called him elite. And but the big question was, so what does that mean? Did he get to talk to Jackson? Actually, he says when it comes to Jackson's contract status, so I just got distracted. A whole lot of bacon just showed up. The tag window, the official tag window for franchise tag, that's open. So the Ravens now just have 2 weeks to be able to put that tag on Jackson. Oh, man, we still have more? All right, calling all dancers, gymnasts, and performers. Ravens cheerleaders, you're not eating what I'm about to. The tryouts for the 2023 season will be held Saturday, March 4th and Sunday, March 5th. Justin, you got a high kick.
Cool.
The application deadline, Thursday, March 2nd. Marching Ravens are also holding auditions for the 2023 Saturday. That's happening Saturday, April 1st. Marching Ravens looking for musicians in all sections as well as equipment crew members. Musician applications will close Wednesday, March 29th, and equipment crew applications will close this Friday, February 24th. All you have to do, head to the Ravens website and fill out an application. Good luck.
LEFTOVERS. We cater to you. Leftovers caters to you. What?
Leftovers catering is over there. They were dancing to your tunes because you guys are loving this deep fried bacon.
I can't believe how good it is. I mean, it looks good, but
you got bacon, right, which is just all fat with a little bit of meat in there. You drop it in you bread it, chicken fry.
So what's this seasoning? Because I
don't know. It's amazing.
It's like
I don't know.
Chicken or something.
There's something sweet in here. There's honey.
There's definitely something sweet.
Honey, spicy honey. Come on. All right, we're getting yelled at. We have to go over to weather, but have fun.
Don't touch my piece.
Gone.
All right.
He touched it.
That's great. Thank you. Oh man, that's gonna be fun. I mean, anything else? Let's try that leftovers and all the other great stuff at Center Court this weekend. All right, yes, we are talking about weather. I got to do that. We are tracking rain. It's moving in as we speak. So our Towson camera right now, we're seeing some cloud cover out there, maybe a sprinkle or two. This is what we're looking at on our HD radar. This is what I've been tracking all morning, how those showers developing right about 9, 10 o'clock. Here we are. Some of those showers have moved south of Baltimore to Annapolis, out toward D.C., but look at the heavier rain that's in Hagerstown up toward Chambersburg, PA. That is pulling out here a little bit further. You can see some of the snow showers to the north of that. We are going to track this rain ahead of this warm front that's going to be moving through over the next couple of hours. It's all part of this big weather maker. We've got severe weather in the Central Plains and more of that snow in the northern and central plains as well. So that hourly future scan, again, 10, 11 o'clock, a couple of those showers rolling right through. It's quickly out of here by about noon. And as we head toward the afternoon, we will be drier. However, our temperature staying kind of on that chilly side. So, yeah, not the best day for golf. Maybe if you want to hit a bucket of balls over at the Bel Air, what's it called, the driving range, or maybe Top Golf up in the Pine Ridge. They got the covers there as well. Upper 40s today, upper 70s tomorrow. Sure, you can play golf tomorrow, but it's going to be windy as well. And then those numbers fall back as we head toward the weekend.
You're going to love this next story, whether he likes it or not, though. Senator Bernie Sanders now trending after he accidentally walks through the TikTok being recorded on the streets of New York City.
The TikTok was shot and posted on Monday by Taylor Champ. All right, so watch the video. In the video, a doorman and Champ are dancing. They're trying to do a TikTok dance, and then Senator Sanders walks up behind them, seemingly just unaware that he's even being filmed. But it's his expression. He's just his deadpan expression, and then he's just confused. Like, why are they dancing on the street? And then he walks away.
Perfect. As of right now, the TikTok has more than 1.7 million views.
Can we keep playing it?
And he doesn't have his gloves on, right? His mittens? His legs. Remember that when he was in the chair?
Yes, absolutely. He was everywhere with those gloves after a while. Now, if he had come and joined them in the dance,
yeah, that would have been awesome.
We'd be at 7.1 million views.
China's looking this up right now. All right, sorry, too soon. Stay with Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore after the break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers working on that piece of bacon. We'll have his exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:54 is the time. You finished it?
Temps up and down, guys. We're going to be talking about those records tomorrow and then colder temps for the weekend. Have a great day.